Well, welcome everybody. I have not yet got my computer booted up. I needed to reboot to get some software corrections. So I'm just reading the screen from up there, and BTC X0 says you okay. BTC mean you like Bitcoin, and you like cryptocurrencies. That's pretty cool if you do. Alrighty, and Zuma ES says good morning, and Digital Dan says hi Doc, you doing well? And yes I am. And Clem that okay, Clement G. It says hello from the south of France. I love your content. Thank you very, very much. BTC said a word that we usually don't let happen on the stream, but we're started, so that answers his question. And Ruska, can't quite read it. Hello from Brazil. All right. When are you going to start playing Star Rupture? I played Star Rupture for about 3 hours yesterday. Only died once, I let some of those spidery looking creatures get behind me and couldn't quite handle them all, but doing fairly well. So slowly starting to get with the game. Alrighty.
We're having some hardware issues over the last couple of days.
Yes.
And so Duck's camera and his monitor going out has been an issue.
Yep. So let me tell you of the adventure we had yesterday. We finally found that finally got to the point where I was just not able to stay in Satisfactory or even sometimes get in Satisfactory. The same problem was happening with Star Rupture. The common effect between those two games is they're both created on the Unreal Engine. And as it turns out, the Unreal Engine has a problem. And Robert?
Yeah.
I need you to come look at
okay.
something over here. Having him look at an OBS instance that's not working right. So anyway, finally trapped in... That one's not showing my desktop.
Grabbing the mouse.
Yep. Anyway, so finally captured the error message out of Star Rupture. And Star Rupture was a little bit more helpful when sharing the message, and it pointed to a website, some web information from Intel that basically said earlier versions. Oh, that's not that mouse. Earlier versions of the BIOS that were meant for generations 12 and 13 caused damage to the CPU in the respect that the CPU then could not unencrypt some of the, what are those shaders? Could not unencrypt the shaders using a particular encryption protocol, and that the damage done to the CPU was permanent once it started. Okay, so I throw my hands up in the air and say, well, if that's the problem, then that is the thing I need to work on fixing. So I made sure that I flashed the BIOS, got the latest BIOS on my motherboard. I then made sure the video card I was using was the best video card, found that it was not, and swapped that out. That probably isn't germane to this discussion. And then I ran to Best Buy because they happen to have in stock a 14th gen CPU, 14900K or something like that. And slipped that in, and my problems totally went away. So if you're running a 12th or 13th gen CPU and you're not having problems yet, I would really, really advise going and getting the latest BIOS flash for your motherboard, basically so that you can avoid issues with your CPU deteriorating. So that's basically the bottom line that came out of those issues. So
when you swapped video cards,
yeah,
that's what made OBS not function.
Okay.
Because the cable swapped and it didn't know the right one to look at.
Made sense.
Yeah,
totally makes sense. Alrighty, so I'm going to open my text window, chat windows, so that I can see better. In just a moment, I'll do that. Garrett, can you start reading out the chats to me, and I can keep responding while I'm working on this?
Yep. Digital Dan has subscribed with Prime.
Fantastic. Thank you much.
And Doc, our Peacekeeper, has a question. Is a Doc, I got 480 Caterium a minute. How many smelter and constructors do I need?
Okay, if you've got 480, put down a smelter and find out how much it smelts, and divide the number of how much it smelts into 480. That'll tell you the number of smelters. And then after you get done smelting, look at the output of each smelter, multiply it by the number of smelters you have, and then divide that final number by the amount that each constructor will construct into Quickwire, and that's the number of constructors you need. It's just a math problem. You have to look at the input output of each device along the supply chain there and develop it based on that information that you end up getting. Okay? And I'm setting up the last chat window here. And pop up that chat, put it over here so now I can read them. Ha ha ha. Chinko's with us this morning. I could see in Twitch there. Okay.
Yeah. And I am the physicist made the good observation that you can use Satisfactory Modeler.
Yep. Satisfactory Modeler or satisfactorycalculator.com. Either one. Either one works. All right. Now I'm going to minimize that and minimize that and start that. Okay, Robert.
Yes, sir.
The OBS is up and they are recording.
Wow.
We are ready to go. And let's see if I've got any. So yeah, Peacekeeper. I hope that answered your question. You can roll back the recording and catch all of those things. But I'm going to go ahead and open up Satisfactory. I'll show you my Caterium line because it is pretty instructive as to how to do that.
Are you ready to go to the game?
I'm not quite ready to go to the game. It's not quite up yet. But it is almost there. It is loading. And I do believe I made it. Good. Peacekeeper said. Right now to reconfigure my starting factory. Yeah. Hey, Garrett, could you hop over to the fridge and choose a monster?
Yep. It also looks like I need to fill up the fridge a little bit.
Yep. I reprinted the Monster Cup with red up here instead of the green, so that the green didn't get constantly green screened out, because I got a green screen behind me. So, and today we're starting off with an Alto Blue Hawaiian. So that's pretty cool. I like the Hawaiian. I have a shipment of ruby red coming today. Did you hear that, Garrett?
Yep, I do.
6 cases.
Sorry, what?
6 cases of ruby red.
Excuse me? Did we just get a monster sponsorship I didn't hear about?
Nope. For that, I ought to.
Jeez.
Well, Amazon, on the Amazon business, gives you a discount at 6.
Oh, okay.
So I decided not to get others, and as we have need for others, I'll just buy 6 of the next one.
Oh my gosh. We're going to have an entire closet full of cases.
Yeah, probably. Address got us off really started well here with Butterfingers. And how about if I feel generous today?
Wow.
And throw one over the fence that direction.
Got it.
And Garrett, where are you?
I'm still loading up the fridge.
Okay.
You could just toss it my way instead.
Yeah.
Okay.
The AI might think it's his, and so Garrett is being handed one. There we go. So Adrestea, you just sweetened up the entire business here.
Thank you.
Just
Chinko says, Doc, I have both of those being brand new, as in the CPU and motherboard. Therefore, it sounds like I'm screwed then.
If they're both brand new, then you have the latest flash. This is only for...
No, not guaranteed.
No?
Not at all guaranteed. Just update your CPU. That's all you gotta do. Update the BIOS. It's only with use that it degrades, so update the BIOS, you'll be fine.
BIOS has to be dated after, I think it's July or August of 2024. And usually motherboards make it through the system fast enough that you should have a BIOS that is flashed, that with the newer BIOS than what they're talking about. So, you should be able to do, you should be just fine, but see if you can find the version of the motherboard. I can look in my history later and post it to Discord as to the notice from Intel. The notice was from clear back mid-2024. And what I'm shaking my head about is the fact that I didn't catch up to that until the problem became so obvious that I had to search for a solution and then basically lucked on finding it. So,
is your game running right now, Doc?
It is. We can go to the game.
So is that why your game was crashing all the time?
Yes. And once I had the new CPU installed, guess what? I haven't had a crash since.
Okay. Doc, how about we do a Doc University question real quick?
Okay. First thing I want to do is show the Ethereum line that I have here.
Okay, because somebody asked about that.
Here is the miner. And don't ask me how I got the miner here because it's black magic. But if you were watching that episode, Robert was totally, what? What are you doing? So I marched the miner from all the way over there in the forest, all the way up here to the third floor of the building.
You ought to be flogged.
Just to show that I could do it. Okay, so here's the math. 300 Caterium per minute. Okay, good. Now let's go to a smelter here. Smelter will smelt 45 Caterium. Divide 300 divided by 45. Okay, says that I can do 6.66. Well, 6.66 means that I need 7 smelters. So I popped out here 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I only put 6.
Kaiser Controller says, I did it just to prove I could. Not the first time I've heard a Boeing alumni say that.
Okay, so I needed 6.66. That's why the Caterium ore is building up a bit inside my miner, because I don't have quite enough smelters out there. But I have 6 out there. Okay, so knowing that I have 6 and that it will produce 15 ingots per minute. It's one of those cases where you put a lot in, 3 times in than what you get out. So 15 ingots per minute, so 15 times 6 is 30 times 3, which is 90. So I've got 90. So now I can look at my constructor here, and it says I've got 90 ingots being produced divided by 12. So we go back to our little handy calculator. 90 divided by 12 means I need 7.5. And so we'll resume the game there. And so I need 7.5. What did I actually put down? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I did put 8 down. So this last manifold should be a little bit starved. Yep, it's a little bit starved. It'll go on and off, on and off. And
you can always underclock it.
Yep, could always underclock this one 50% to even everything out. And so if I did underclock this one 50%,
66%, how about that?
Why would I do that? I needed exactly 7.5.
I thought you needed 6.6667.
Well, that was the smelters.
Oh,
I
that's
needed
I'm sorry.
6.66.
I missed a step.
Yeah, and there went my screen blank again. Okay, so now this one probably won't go on and off. It'll probably just be fine because I needed 6.5. 7.5. I now have exactly 7.5 with this being underclocked. So all those should be nice green bars all the way across all the time, as long as my output stays steady. In other words, right now I've got this line just taking them as fast as I can produce them. If this line started taking them, it'd take them faster. But there it goes. There it goes. So yeah, let's go to a university question. All righty. Is it so? Roadie boy. Okay. Is it possible to manifold with liquids similar to how you can manifold conveyors? Yes, it is. And many times I take and I run a line. I just start a line just beyond the last machine over here, and I run that line all the way to the last machine over here, and I usually put it on straight mode, and then I turn the last part of it into the last machine that I need it, and then I put T connections all the way along the line. You can also do this by just running it all the way over and then just leaving it straight and putting a T connection on the backside too. And then what you do is you can run it into the beginning, but if you're in a situation where you really want good coverage with your manifold, I would try splitting your liquid that's coming in and running it into the back and into the front of that manifold. And yes, you can manifold like that. What you generally need to do is put the pipes far enough out so that you can include lifts to go in the other ports that need the items. So you put a lift in and then you run your conveyors across over the top of the pipes. Since the pipes are more sensitive to height, I usually put my pipes on the ground and then run the solid goods, the hard goods, from a lift up above and go in. So that's how I usually configure it, the manifold. I do have a great video on manifolds in the Doc University playlist. It's a full womb to tomb thing on manifolds, goes all the way through liquids and solids both. And so that might be good for you to watch through once, and you'll have it down after you watch that video. So let's go back to the game. And Robert or Garrett, would you look up? Would you go ahead and look up the that video and post it for us?
I can do that.
Yeah.
Are you talking about just our video on manifolds or on pipes?
Pardon me?
Which video? On manifolds or pipes?
The Doc University University on manifolds.
Okay.
That's what I was referring to. So, Sir Swank says, there's that term again, womb to tomb. So happy and sad at the same time. Yep.
Doc can retire from Boeing, but it will always be there, lurking in the background.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Boeing will always be in the conversation.
Fitzwalker says, that now generally good rule of thumb is to check to see if there's a BIOS update after you get your computer and update it. I would also check for BIOS updates periodically, like every 6 months.
Yeah. I've never been that diligent. I bought this motherboard in 2023, and generally I don't think anything of it. This time it caught me. It caught me.
Well, the crazy thing is, for a long time, touching the BIOS was a big no-no for anybody who wasn't an expert. Mm-hmm. Right? Mm-hmm. It was always supposed to be, that's something that can break your PC, just don't worry about it. Let the experts handle it. You never really had to. And I think that's kind of changed over the last decade. Mm-hmm. Especially seeing as updating the BIOS this time was, other than some website issues, super easy.
Yeah.
It was just plug the USB stick in the back of your computer, hit restart, select the file until it's updated.
Yeah, exactly. It was amazing how simple and easy it was. I was flabbergasted. Especially to find that they had that you just put it on a USB stick, just put the BIOS update file on the USB stick, and there was a specific port on the back of the PC that was marked as BIOS. Always kind of wondered what that meant. Now I know. Plug it into that hole, and yeah, boot up to the BIOS screen, you know, at the beginning with F2 or delete or whichever one yours uses, and then you had to go to advanced settings and navigate to that file, and select the file and tell it to update the BIOS. And then we watched on bated breath for it to do some things and then go totally blank, and you're waiting, nervous. Is it bricked? Is it gonna go? Oh, okay, it's telling me the next thing that it's updating, and then it went. Okay, Panda Alvi is raiding with a party of 6.
Nice.
Welcome, folks. I appreciate you coming over and hope you enjoy. So anyway, the update happened and it's been flawless ever since, and that's the whole backstory to the issue. And so I'm going to go work on this train line right now. Actually, I am also going to. I need to make 2 things. I need to make a gas mask, which means I need to get some fabric. So I'm going to go probably just purchase some fabric, because my fabric factory basically just sends it all to making gas masks. So I'm going to go buy some fabric. I need to make a gas mask, and I need to make a hover pack. I only need 1, so I'm going to hold down the...
So Mark is here.
Yes, Mark. Hello.
He says, well, look what we have here. Hello, Doc. How's life treating you?
It's doing good. We solved 2 problems yesterday, or 2 problems in the last 2 days. A broken water pipe 2 days ago that delayed the live stream. And yesterday, replacing my CPU because we found out why I was crashing all the time. So, and that fixed that problem. There's the shop. I'm going to go over here to parts, and I'm going to find some fabric here. And I'm finally going to make a gas mask. Can you believe that? I'm finally going to make a gas mask.
Make sure you go to purchases and pick it up.
Yeah, that would be a good thing.
Oh, it sent you there automatically. Psh.
It sent me there automatically this time. Okay, now I can go here and I can make a gas mask.
Fizzwalker says, honestly, I agree with that. Don't mess around with the settings in the BIOS. Just checking to see if your board manufacturer has an update for it, and this is because of that Intel chip issue.
Yep. And somebody made a snarky comment that said, hey, you could just use AMD.
Yeah, we've generally always been Intel guys.
Yeah, we've been Intel guys.
Intel and NVIDIA for 20 years, and it's really hard to change that habit. The biggest difficulty is because I've only ever done Intel and AMD and NVIDIA. I don't know how that correlates to AMD.
Yeah, exactly. That's the problem. That is a big problem because we don't know what to do. Okay, I've
already done enough switching to Linux.
Yep.
Although from what I hear,
has that finally broken your habit of wanting or your desire to stay in Linux? Or
I never had a big desire to stay in Linux.
Okay.
I have a very large desire to stay as far away as I can from Windows.
Well, I guess what needs to happen, Garrett, when he first came over here, he thought he had a lot of things to offer, and we were having a hard time finding a place for him. And the first thing he asked for was, "I'd like a new computer," and went on from there.
Garrett came over here and thought he had a lot of things to offer. Oh boy, that's an opening line. Please continue.
Please don't continue.
Anyway, so we nixed the idea because the channel couldn't afford it. The channel couldn't afford to buy him a computer. Well, we're getting healthy enough to where that's definitely getting to be a discussion point and possibly on the table. Announcements. Anyway, we've got to get Garrett where he's viable at his home PC.
I would very much appreciate that.
Well, and that's because of our sponsor, Ping Players. Okay, and I didn't mention it while we were in the office, but Ping Players is sponsoring the channel now, and they deserve an honorable mention because they've now got us a second server, and we're getting that set up. Did a little bit of work on getting it set up this morning, and now I have it in my Satisfactory list of servers. Whoops, I didn't mean to.
And if you'd like to, the code is right above Dad's head. Doc's head right there. Code DOC35. You can get 35% off.
Yep.
A server. If you're looking to play multiplayer.
Exactly. And I find, depending on what your budget actually is,
they've been very good to us.
Yeah, they have. What was I saying? I totally lost what I was saying when you said that.
Sorry.
Okay, that's okay.
Oh, we were teasing Garrett about asking for a computer.
Oh, yeah. Well, I am going to put a train on here, and then I'm going to get some bauxite up here. I've got this one little thing of bauxite right here.
Yeah, with all that talk, I don't at least have a 4060.
We'll get you an AMD computer. How about that?
Oh, what?
We'll get you a nice little Radeon.
Really?
He is so excited, I can hear it in his voice.
Maybe we can get you a nice all-in-one PC. I know Mom really likes hers.
Those all-in-one PCs aren't actually all that bad.
Well, hers isn't.
I mean,
until I upgraded my CPU yesterday, she had the best CPU in the house.
No, she had a mobile version of the CPU, but
no, she had a full 14900K in her PC.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kaizen says, I love the Nook PCs for IT management reasons. And no, I don't actually want an all-in-one PC, but I am pointing out that they are a whole lot better than what they used to be.
Oh yeah.
They just don't come with a video card. You have to have onboard video and
to do gaming. Yes.
And come on. Yeah, come on. We're talking about Garrett.
Yeah, we need. Yeah, I need better than what an all-in-one PC could do, but I'm not looking down on them.
Yeah, and to be honest, once you take out the cost of the video card, all-in-one PCs kind of make sense financially.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, because we looked at the idea of, what would it take if we bought one of these $700, good quality all-in-one PCs. What would it take to add a good, solid video card to it? And once you did that, you might as well just buy a desktop.
Yeah. It won't do real hardcore gaming, but it'll do normal stuff just fine.
Oh, yeah.
Lexi says...
Mama Doc is really happy with it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Lexi says that about the CPU, the Intel CPU issue, I had my CPU fried within a year to the same issue with the BIOS. Oof.
That sucks. It's always gut-wrenching to have computer parts fail like that.
Yeah.
Yes. Yesterday my gut was wrenched. Basically you go to the store and you drop $500 to replace something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I couldn't go just get a cheap, 2 generations old type CPU. That just wouldn't work for the channel. So I ended up with a CPU upgrade anyway. So that's the silver lining.
oh, I can't get an old peasant CPU. I have to have the new state-of-the-art CPU
Of course.
for the channel.
Now, that's just a foregone conclusion there, Garrett. Come on.
We love you, Dad.
I know you do. I can hear it in your voice.
We also love to make fun of you.
You know, Doc parlayed his CPU issues into an upgrade like usual. I said that yesterday. He's like, yeah, well, I looked at it. I was trying to find a place locally that had one in stock, and they just didn't have any 1300s in stock. I just had to go. Okay, Dad.
Mark says, why not just purchase a new PC upgrade for you, Doc, and give yours to the AI, and get the AI to give his to Mr. Pinky Preacherman, being that he's taking over the AI work?
Yeah. Well, we're working on that.
That's actually how things pretty much go around here.
100%, yeah.
One of us gets an upgrade, the rest of the computers trickle down.
Yeah. In fact, when our youngest son came up for a visit during Christmas, he had gone to Walmart and got a gaming PC from Walmart.
It was
I
so
couldn't
bad.
believe it.
It was so bad.
The motherboard was about that big. I mean, literally a teeny motherboard. In fact, I could show it to you. It's sitting over there.
Like an ATX Mini or Micro.
Yeah, it had a 7th generation CPU in it. It had a...
No, it was 4th. We upgraded him to 7th.
It was a 4th gen?
Yeah. We upgraded him to
A
7th.
brand new PC, sold as a gaming PC, and it had a 4th generation CPU.
What generation are we on now?
14? That's crazy.
And they ain't doing any skipping there.
No kidding.
Unlike Windows.
I'm like,
Every generation represents like a 2-year gap between them.
Yeah.
anyway.
So 20 years old.
Uh-huh. And what did he have for a video card in it? What was it?
It was NVIDIA. It wasn't even a 1000 series. It was it a 900 series?
800 or 900. Yeah, it was just nothing. And he was struggling playing Minecraft.
Yeah.
You know? Forget the idea that he could ever get anything that had to run an Unreal Engine in it. Wow. We were just mortified when we opened it up and realized what this gaming PC was all about.
Lexi says, Gaming PC 2011 edition.
That's about it, yeah.
Speedkill says, do you guys have any experience with cloud gaming like GeForce Now?
Experience with it? Ooh, that's a
No.
nice pickup. No, I haven't really played
I tried it a couple of times.
cloud gaming as in a web.
Basically,
game.
they run the game and they stream it to you over their proprietary software, but basically it's a web browser.
I cannot say that I am a fan of cloud services in general.
Well, the idea is, and there's, I think Whitestone does that for some of his games. I think the big deal is that instead of having to have a super powerful computer with a really good graphics card or anything, because it does all the rendering for you, all you have to have is a really good internet connection and a moderate PC. Gets you a whole lot farther than, a whole lot farther if you don't want to spend $2,000 on the PC or something, We are in the opposite category. We have a horrible internet, but we have good PCs.
Yep.
So we play locally.
Yeah, PCs have kind of been our thing for a very long time.
Do you have to completely upgrade, completely stop the stream in order to update from 30 to 60 frames so we could try that?
It'd be like a 10-second outage.
I'm wondering if we ought to try.
Do you want to try it?
I would like to try it. I mean, does the stream actually drop and we start over?
No, not entirely. It's just, I've done this kind of thing before.
Okay.
We have a lot of comments that we haven't hit. Do you mind if we get caught up on the comments
Yeah, let's
first?
do that. Yeah.
Okay. First, Gloomy Cookie is here and has made a couple of comments.
Okay.
Said, I'm working from home with my cat, Toffee.
Cool.
And said, I upgraded 3 months ago and spent closer to 4K for their computer.
Yeah.
Now, if I remember correctly, Gloomy Cookie is an architect or something like that. And so they need
a lot of...
They need some power.
I remember him... Yeah, I remember you commenting concerning your PC requirements, and they were pretty stout.
Yeah. And Kaizen's here as well.
Cool.
And mentioned that he's been over there harassing Spencer lately on his stream.
Oh, fantastic. I appreciate that.
Said he's fun to hang with in the chat.
Spencer's a fun kid. He really, really is. I still call him a kid. I'm sorry. He was our last born. You know, he
He's
was
the
always
youngest.
You know, the youngest, the kid.
The baby of the family that everyone dotes on. I'm not bitter.
Mark asked what the ages of the kids are. So I'm 39.
And Christy was how much older than
She's
you?
5 years older. So oldest sister's 44. Then we have one that's 40, 41. Then me at 39. Then Garrett, are you 30 or 31?
31.
Garrett's 31. And then Spencer's 29. So, yeah. We're older.
29 to 44, 15-year gap.
Yeah. I'm sorry, those ages don't make sense to me. Anybody who's lived on this earth for more than a couple of decades kind of knows the feeling. Those ages aren't real.
Ages aren't real.
They just aren't.
Okay.
The funny part is, I remember very distinctly, I was working at a convention center a while ago now, and I was working at the ticket counter, and my dad came up to the ticket counter to buy tickets. And so Doc asked, I asked me how much the cost was, and I said, "Oh, well, you almost qualified for the senior citizen discount." And he was 55 at the time, I think, and he was offended that I would suggest it. And I really had to laugh at that. But to me, I haven't aged since then because I've just been an adult. I've just been doing adult things, working at jobs, and so the fact that he went from being mortified at being called a senior citizen till today, when he's happily retired, happily embraced the label, enjoys getting discounts, all that stuff.
Happily embracing the label. That's an interesting statement.
Well, I mean, you don't act mortified anymore, at least.
I don't. You're correct there.
DM Sir Spank says, I'm 37 and don't like it.
And don't like it. Okay. Yeah, you'll continue not to like it. Believe me.
Until you're getting discounts and it becomes worthwhile again.
Until you're getting discounts and then you like it again. Oh, gosh.
Kaizen says, you also may see me a little bit less in chat. I'll still lurk, but I landed a job as a maintenance engineer. Not sure how it'll affect that ability to drop in, but I'll definitely intend to have an earbud in for you guys during morning email catch-up.
Alrighty. Good. Congrats on your new job, guys. That's great. Doing what I used to love to do. Mm-hmm. And Boeing just wouldn't recognize the PhD, so I could do it. And I wasn't about to take all their Mickey Mouse classes teaching me how to do lean when my dissertation was all about that. That rankled me, by the way.
The lean class is taught by the 28-year-old guy, just got out of college, got himself a nice little spiffy degree and certification. Aren't we tell you how to do lean, right?
Right. Exactly. That's what it is.
And Fizzwalker says, my sister, really half-sister, is 13 years younger than me. So,
Okay.
you know,
That happens, especially if you've got a kind of a blended family with a half-sister.
yep.
Yeah, that second half of the family can be quite different in age.
Or you just get surprises like Garrett popping out.
Yeah, that was a surprise that morning at gosh.
Mark
what was
says
little
that Doc is 40 with 28 years of experience.
Yeah, yep, I'm experienced. 28 years over at being 40. There you go. That works.
Sir Swank says, all three of my sisters are born in 1973 and have different mothers.
Oof.
Oh.
Huh.
Well.
That sounds a little bizarre. I hate
Seems
when
your
you-
father was a man of the world.
That's one way to
And
put it
Cornman
politely.
just subscribed. Been subscribed for 8 months now.
Alrighty.
He says Venus with a B.
That begs a question. Do you share a mother with any of your sisters?
Okay. We're gonna hold on to that answer on that question. We're
Okay.
gonna go ahead and restart the stream real quick. Okay.
Okay.
We'll be right back.
Okay. Are we there yet?
Okay. Let me know if and when we're back. I think we might be.
All right.
Awesome.
All
Sir
right.
Swank and Lexi over on Twitch say we're back.
Okay.
Okay.
Awesome.
And Canadian M. Leslie on YouTube say we're back. Excellent. Thank you guys for your patience. Audio and video are good. Okay, we'll see if this leads to a few more dropouts or if it feels about normal. Most days we get maybe 1 or 2 during a full stream. Last Tuesday was particularly bad, but it says nothing much changed. Okay.
Good.
You know, for a lot of people who watch, they don't really notice the difference, but it really does make a difference to some people. So
I would really
Butterfinger.
Another Butterfinger? Oh.
no, we'll reject that one. But thank you.
All right, we have that line
So-
coming up there.
Garrett, the answer to your question to Sir Swank says his stepmom has a daughter. His so and then my mom has a daughter before she met my father, and then my father had a daughter before he met my mother. So it sounds like they're all step siblings.
Interesting.
But he has one step sibling by the father and a step sibling by his mother and a step sibling by his stepmother, which I don't know if that's
That's a little ridiculous.
so two half sisters and
Ridiculous.
one
It's just a blended family, Garrett.
two half sisters and one adopted sister, I guess. What do you call that? Is that still just a stepsister? So there's no relation by blood whatsoever? Yeah, it's still just a stepsister.
Yeah, it would be a
Two half and one step. Okay, that's the term. Okay.
Interesting. Families happen. Life happens.
Sir Swank says I'm a 1 of 1, but 1 out of 10.
There you go.
I like that phrase. That's
I
good.
like that. Okay, what's hurting me? Oh, radiation. Again.
Frickin' radiation.
Lexi says, I was an 80s kid, but my youngest brother is a 2000 version. Completely different world.
Yeah. Yeah.
That is.
I mean,
so
there's
true.
such a huge difference between millennials and Gen Z. It's crazy how much of a difference there is.
Marcus, Doc, question.
Yes.
Do you give out membership privileges to friends and family? Or is it a come one, come all purchase system? I'm curious.
Is that a question from a user?
That's from Mark.
That's from Mark.
I think it depends on what membership privileges you're referring to.
Well, there is a system. We do have. How do I say that? I mean, no, we have not given any memberships to just friends.
I mean, that is still one of our main ways of making money. So we can't just hand them out willy-nilly.
But somebody like Spencer and Robert and Garrett, they just all have member privileges based on the fact that they work here.
Yeah.
But no, we haven't given it to any friends before.
So somebody asked Kaizen, Sir Schwank asked Kaizen if his name is because of lean stuff.
Because of what he does.
Let me see.
And the answer to that prior to now was yes.
Is your name based on the Kaizen principle, small minor improvements to achieve perfection? And Kaizen says, you got it. Been learning some of the factory sims because I think there's a really amazing opportunity to adapt them into learning and training tools for lean/Toyota production system concepts. A virtual Gemba, to say.
Yep.
I try to be more Toyota production system over lean, though, because lean has had a bad rap in America due to the issues of it being used to punish workers, largely because it abandoned some core philosophy from Toyota production. What was it that was said a while ago? Agile is dead, live on agile. Long live agile. Remember that speech, Doc?
No, I don't.
It is by one of the founders of Agile. But the whole thing was basically talking down the fact that people turned agile into a word that meant a system, a particular kind of system. It's like, no, agile is a mindset. Agile is a style.
Agile is not a method, it's a methodology.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
Kaizen finishes up by saying, it's really hard to build a Kaizen culture, though, because if you go with Shingo's concept of zero quality errors, you have to build a team that can highlight issues without associating blame, but instead of thinking in terms of improvement and root causes, which in many workplaces with traditional management is a massive hill to climb.
Yeah, unfortunately. Yep.
Doc, you have plenty of experience with management and on your end, not lean, but agile.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's hard to get a culture of management, a culture embedded in the people, much less flow that up to management. And my focus with my PhD being management focused, looking at a lens toward agile, I found it nearly impossible in a large company to convince managers that agile was okay. You don't have to have 100% of the information before you start the project. You don't have to know how you're going to build a software package like you need to know how you're going to build a plane or some widget or a bridge or anything like that. Those you tend to engineer womb to tomb, and you have to know exactly what you're doing. Not so with software, because software just changes happen. And so this is my dissertation. And yeah, it's the title is Pathways to Lean Software Development, an analysis of effective methods of change. So the whole idea was how can management change, and the whole conclusion at the end is large companies have a hard time doing it. So, all right, let's see.
That is not a fun conclusion.
Nope, it's not. But it outlines the challenges that need to be that need to be approached, the challenges that need to be addressed in order to get over this agile, hurdle. It just, and a lot of times what happens is you've got constituent management. In other words, the software development team is building an app for finance. And now all of a sudden you got to go to these finance managers who want to manage the budgets, who want to manage the time frame it's going to take. And all of a sudden they become part of the management team that's going to manage this project forward. How do you tell them about agile? And eventually they just wear you down and they just beat you down to the point where you just give up and you just end up doing it their way, or at least that's how the management ended up behaving at Boeing. They would just give up. We tried so many different agile methods, with Scrum was the favorite method, and we tried, large corporate Scrum, and that was always tough.
It seems that you have to start with people, with a younger crowd, almost.
Yeah.
In order to make it work. Just managers who learned to manage through the old methods just couldn't accept the new.
Yeah. That's true. And colleges and universities were beginning to catch up to that idea and starting to train people on what it meant to be agile or lean, or at least attempting to do so. Yeah. And so, yes, you're right. It was better with younger people who understood a bit better what those terms at least meant. That a Scrum meeting didn't mean that you sat down for an hour and hashed out why the schedule was having a problem. It's not a Scrum meeting.
Yeah. So we had a question by Sir Swank, and then seconded by Kaizen Controller. Where can someone buy your dissertation?
If you have access to ProQuest, you could download it for free.
So the hardcover copy of it was kind of a one-off thing?
That was my complimentary copy.
Okay.
Oh, he's one of those stupid beasts. It's all... No, he died pretty quick. Okay, I got a bad flower over here. And I don't have any explosive devices to...
98 Axe says, love the monster mug.
Oh, yeah. Monster mug. Yeah.
Yeah. Sir Swank and Kaizen are both interested in getting a hold of your dissertation.
Okay.
Maybe we can set that up as a thing to purchase a hardcover copy.
I don't have hardcover copies. I don't even know where to get a hardcover copy. Actually, I do know where to get a hardcover copy, don't I? Draft to Digital.
Do you own all contents of?
Oh, yes.
Interesting.
Yes, I own the contents.
It doesn't belong to the university. I thought that was kind of the thing of universities. So they own all the content made there.
We'll have to look into that.
Yeah, we'll have to look into that. I can give out digital copies till the cows come home.
Well, yeah, I mean, if it's the hardcover copy, you're not selling the content, you're just selling the physical book.
And Mark just donated £1.
Okay, thank you, Mark. I realize your budget is taxed, so that is still appreciated.
We appreciate it.
I've got to find my mines.
Yeah, Legal Logan says for him he had to sign it off to the university. So we'll check all that before we get a hardcover, but start publishing a new edition of it. In the new edition, we'll have pictures.
Oh, it will.
We'll make the kids version with pretty pictures in it. We'll make the Who Moved My Cheese version, but as a picture book for kids.
lean management for kids.
Yeah.
Could you adapt lean management into something that a kid could understand?
I'm sure. Yes.
Because that could be really interesting, actually.
Yeah, it could be.
So we've had a couple of technical questions come through YouTube, and I've been enjoying the conversation too much to mention it. So
Okay.
sorry, guys, it's been my fault. Okay, the first one was just saying, and I think I've kind of lost him. Oh, yeah, Tom says, can you please help me with power? I'm now on coal power, but I can't get it to work.
On coal, but you can't get it to work. Well, that's interesting.
We have a Doc University video on that.
Yeah, we do on coal power. Could you tell a little bit more about what's not working? In other words, go examine your coal power plant. Find out what it's not getting enough of. It has two components, coal and water. And one of those you'll see that it's cycling on and off because it's not getting enough of either. If both of them are full, that can't be possible. Yeah, because the coal power plant has no outputs. So coal and water, and find out which one of them is lacking, and then we can work on addressing the issue of either the coal or the power needing to be updated. Okay.
In fact, our very next Doc University video will be on troubleshooting to help you if you're having a factor that just isn't working, and help you learn the process to diagnose the problem. Which I'm excited for that video to come out.
Yeah, I am really excited for that video. I think that one's going to really hit home for a lot of people. Because most of the questions that come up are, how do I figure out why this isn't working? And that video just addresses that.
Legalogian is saying something interesting. He says, "Oh, that's weird. For me, I had to send it off to the university. I assume he's talking about his dissertation."
Yeah.
But then he says, "The mongrels helped with nothing at all and got a bunch of work and a hardware platform for free. Should have removed the fuse before I left."
Okay. Yeah, that can be discouraging. Yeah, especially if it's a master's thesis, they tend to take all your efforts and, it's just belongs to the college. All right, I'll just keep beating on you. If you're not going to move, I'll just keep beating on you where you're at. All right.
We had one other question I wanted to bring up, and I can't.
You're looking for it, huh?
I'm looking for it.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Dark Hardline says, game question, should I use the hard drive when I find them or scan them all?
You should go ahead and scan them. If you don't like what you get the first time, you can do one rescan. But if you don't like the recipe you get from the first scan or the rescan, just leave it in your library. Don't accept something you don't want, because then if you don't want those, it forces the next hard drive you get when you scan it to give you a different recipe, which can be very good then, especially if you're looking for a particular recipe that you know you've unlocked all the stuff for that you should be able to get. All right. We have power.
Yeah.
We have...
Sir Spank says there's a difference between a master's thesis and a PhD dissertation.
Yep. Go ahead.
And my understanding is that a master thesis is a project the PhD advisor approved, whereas a PhD dissertation is of your own thought and no guidance. It could be based on that rationale as well.
Yeah, the PhD dissertation is a totally self-driven beast. In fact, that's why it took 7 years to get it done. It was 3 years in classes and 4 years doing the study. So.
Mark says, Robert, I say, boy, what we have here is a failure to communicate.
Okay, what are we communicating or not?
That is a movie line.
That's a movie reference.
Uh-huh, okay.
Well, Doc.
Well, Doc. I don't like that.
I just tried opening a Unreal game and it crashed.
Okay. Which Unreal game did you try to unload? Tried to load.
We're a Satisfactory stream here. We're always, only, ever playing Satisfactory.
Okay.
Robert, can you act more suspicious? Please? I don't think you're acting suspicious enough.
Ziawua. That's such a good name.
Okay.
Ziwawua says, "Hey Doc, got any tips for a beginner like myself that got started playing Satisfactory today?"
Wow. Okay. Just follow the tiers. Do what each tier says to produce. Get them produced, and work on upgrading so that you can get higher level stuff. It's just the beginning part of this game is more of a grinded out, with not a lot of tips to give, really. That must be okay. I must have had Mark V belts when I built that part of it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So this pulls in one.
Kaizen Controller says, also funny, a Japanese learning thing. Kaizen is usually written in kanji, Chinese characters, not hiragana/katakana, because it is a concept. And that clicked for me with lean. In the US, we treat Kaizen like a buzzword with a neat definition, not as a philosophy. That framing muddies how we implement it. Just one more Americanism that makes lean harder in practice.
Uh-huh.
So there's a genuine translation issue.
Interesting. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And from what I understand, Japan is. I don't know how long it's been going on. I don't know much about the situation, but it's been moving from its more traditional method of writing to kanji, which is Chinese writing. Which is interesting because, from what I understand, their traditional writing is slightly more Western, whereas kanji is a concept in a symbol in and of itself.
Well, it's a similar issue, and I don't think it has. I'm sure using different languages or different writing systems for Kaizen is a contributing factor, but any translation from one language to another loses a lot of
Granularity.
Yeah, well, a lot of nuance, I think, is what I was looking for.
Yeah,
You know,
that's a better way to put it.
Sparker Meridian scan a hard drive.
He just saw me pick one up.
I bet so.
I'll bet he did.
Clem says, "Am I the only one watching this live from work?"
Nope. I guarantee you're not.
There's a lot of people who love to watch while they work.
Yep. More than once I've heard this. This is just a chill podcast about factories.
Yep. And whatever other crazy thing we happen to be talking about at the moment.
Yeah.
Sparkham says, no better time to scan than the present.
That's true.
Oh yeah. He redeemed
just gonna
scan
get out of
hard
the
drive.
radiation area. Okay, let's lay down a ma'am real quick.
Dorsal Fin Games says, just wanted to say thank you for your videos. We finally started playing this game and you're a big help.
All right. Oh, good. And hard drives, and let's scan that puppy.
And Lexi says, I got 3 questions. When will you play Anno or Dune again? And when will Satisfactory server launch? That is 2 questions.
Are you gonna complain because she asked 2 questions at once?
Well,
No, I was just a little confused.
Anno
she said
is
she had-
one, Dune is another, and Satisfactory is a third.
I don't think that's how the English language works. Unless I was taught wrong.
Oh, come on.
No, this is just a differential parsing. You're not gonna make it. You're not gonna make it.
Nope, I didn't
Dead.
make it.
Nope. Oh, you didn't die.
No, I didn't die. Good heavens. You think I'm just so fragile?
Yes. Yes, we do.
So I think the answer, to speak for Doc, is likely not going to return to Anno or Dune. Much more likely with Anno than Dune, if I had to guess.
Yep. Dune takes a whole new level of education to really get it.
Yeah.
You know, that looked like a very complex game, and I was kind of dropped in the middle of it, to be truthful.
Do remember that Doc has not been a gamer for most of his life, like a lot of us in the chat have been. Doc came into gaming in his retirement.
Mm-hmm.
And so a lot of the just general experience that comes with shooter games, as well as some manual dexterity because of his shoulder and hands,
Wrist.
it just isn't there. And so games like that take a long time to learn.
For me, anyway. You know, like yesterday I was playing Star Rupture, and the one experience that I had, this was before I died that one time. That one experience that I had, it was kind of like a jump scare. All of a sudden, I've got these bugs coming at me right at my face, and I just about jumped out of my seat. It was crazy. I couldn't believe that. Whoa! It's just on the screen. I mean,
And-
I don't react to horror movies even that bad.
Yep.
Doc grew up on the old campy horror movies.
The old what?
Campy.
Campy?
No, that's not a bad term. Campy's yeah. I think campy's completely a legitimate way of phrasing it.
Okay. Oh, by the way, I found a sloop this morning
Yeah.
and a couple more Mercer spheres, along with a miscellaneous slug here and there too. Now this is going into a real cave. Woohoo! I'm lost. I don't know where I'm going.
Lexi really wants to compare you to a fine red wine.
Really?
Yeah. She wants
Aged
you
to
to be-
perfection, huh?
Yeah. But that does mean that, got to get the good stuff out, because in about 20 years or so, he's going to turn into vinegar.
Thank you so much for your wonderful appraisal.
She's the one who made the wine comment. I mean. Kaizen says, Doc grew up with a Mystery Science Theater 3000 style movies.
Yeah, what was your favorite horror movie?
Young Frankenstein.
That's not horror. It's a great movie, but it's not horror.
You know, I can't remember all the titles. I mean, we would my friend and I would get together every Friday night, and he'd spend the night at my house, or I'd spend the night at his house, and we would just watch horror movies until midnight when we were forced to go to bed. So it was, you know, it was just fun. And the Friday night horror movies back then were, you know, the ones that were, you know, old and moldy already, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So you call them campy, I guess.
Yeah, I don't think campy's a bad name.
Yeah, actually, there's quite a bit of a cult following still for a lot of those old campy horror films.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, but we're talking when I was in 6th grade. So we're talking, you know, late 1960s, early 70s.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so it was a long time ago.
Dorsal Finn says, have you beat every map in the game?
Have I beat every map? No, not really. I've played on every map in the game.
Well,
I think there might be a little misunderstanding on her part about how the map in this game works.
I mean, yeah, though it is really only one map. You start in different biomes on the map. So, in that way, you don't actually beat a location. You beat the game eventually, but
yeah, especially seeing as typically by the end of the game you end up moving around. Next.
yeah, you end up moving around, and you end up really exploring all the locations on the map. So. Oh, I got a big one. I like these big ones. Excuse me? Excuse me? Will you at least pick up the remains for me then if you're gonna kill, because you just killed me? I'm dead.
Wow.
I'm dead already.
That was completely voluntary.
No, I was instructed to do this. By the way, Doc, I was, and, you know, Garrett, for you pointing out how suspicious I am, I was looking into Satisfactory.
How about if you edit your name?
I wish I could.
Yes, you can.
How?
You go into, just go into Steam. Did you collect the remains for me?
Yeah.
And could you just put them in the depot, please?
Okay, so the issue is I have connected it specifically with an Epic account. Okay?
Uh-huh.
And as soon as I did, this is my Steam copy, it changed my Steam, from my Steam name to my Epic name, which was randomly assigned. It's not my Epic account because I already had a copy on my Epic account. And when I had a copy of my Epic account and I tried to merge the two, it then declared that I only could have one copy of the game. So I unmerged, created a second Epic account, and then I had to link this to that second Epic account in order to have two copies of the game. It was dumb. I want a multi-plug Satisfactory.
So yeah, he is forever Spiffy Finch.
Which, if there's anybody who's spiffy here, it's definitely not me.
See, now I've got to travel all the way back to get my stuff. And who instructed you to do this?
Oh, that was Mark's donation.
He got you to do that for only £1? Boy, you're cheap labor.
He also paid me to do my favorite thing in this game.
Oh. So you come cheap because you like to do it so much.
Isn't that the way it is?
Okay.
Kaiser says that means he had Psycho, 13 Ghosts, Brides of Dracula.
Yeah, those. Yep, those are true. I mean, the good old Bela Lugosi movies. Oh gosh.
The best vampire.
Uh-huh. Yeah, lots of good stuff. All that uranium. And it's all just in nodes, I believe. Yeah, there's no actual uranium mine there, I don't believe. It's all just nodes.
Mark says
sitting out
Evil
there.
Dead, the Blob, the original Wicker Man.
Yep. Can you put uranium in the depot?
And
Yeah.
then they banned me from ever watching any horror movies because Spencer got scared.
Okay, we're talking about you little kids, right?
Yeah.
Not that little.
And he had nightmares because of The Ring, right?
Oh,
Something
the
like
ring
that.
was truly
It was good.
truly scary. That was good stuff.
You compare that to...
I mean, when you get this creepy thing coming out of the television, and you're watching television, that would give you nightmares.
I think that was rather genius.
Yes.
And we watched it on DVD where one of the extra features was the full video. The full, 8-minute or whatever video it's supposed to be.
Kaizen says, to me, I think one of the best horror films isn't just a slasher gore flick are The Descent and As Above, or As Above, So Below. Yeah, so I will, since we're talking about horror films, we do have to mention that Markiplier's horror film just came out.
Mark who?
Markiplier, he's an OG gaming YouTuber who's been around since just about the beginning. One of the top YouTubers on in the world.
Okay.
And
What genre does he do?
he's always been a variety streamer, but his focus has always been on horror games.
Yeah, he does a lot of horror.
Okay.
And so yeah, recently he actually produced a full-length movie, and it maintained #1 in the box office for 2 days.
Okay.
The big review I've heard from a number of people is he could have cut at least a half an hour from the film and nobody would have noticed. It just was very, very long for what it was doing.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, this is the first movie he's ever made.
He's also the writer, the director, the main actor,
Yeah.
and the entire movie set in one room.
Can you say
So-
low budget?
Yes.
It was definitely a low-budget horror film. And I don't think that's the bad part. With good writing, you can make a really good
yeah.
horror film on low budget.
The first, I think it was Night of the Living Dead version, the original version. The entire video was in one house, and and honestly, even all their zombies were just a couple of extras walking across the field. Banging on windows a
Interesting.
couple times. The entire movie was inside that one house.
Yeah. Kaizen Controller says Iron Lung, which is the name of the movie. was great. I just saw it Tuesday, and I would say it's definitely more of a sci-fi thriller. Except blood.
Well,
The whole idea of Iron Lung is that they're... So, first off, it started as an amateur horror game that he turned into a movie. And so, yeah. The entire idea of the game is that you're in a submarine. You're in a submarine exploring a blood ocean. A literal ocean of blood. So, there's a lot of blood in the game, or in the show, as you might expect. Yeah, Brett in a Box says, I love how he took one of the most obscure amateur games and used that idea. And Brett in a Box says, it's just Kool-Aid for the kids. That's all it is. Yeah, yeah. That's all it is.
Rowdy Runner says, hi, Doc. Good morning from Alaska.
Ooh. Alaska. So, are you in the Pacific time zone there? Oh, come on. Where did you drop your remains, guy?
I think that they're even... Are you asking if they're in the same time zone as Seattle?
Yeah.
I don't think they are.
That's why I meant. Are you in the Pacific time zone? That's Seattle. Yeah.
Alaska is AST.
What is AST?
I don't know. It might be Alaska State Time.
Atlantic.
Alaska is pretty
Elastic
far
Sand-
west.
or
Well, you're about
Atlantic.
to die.
I am? Oh, I better change.
Run.
By running to the...
Well, hey. Okay, fine. I died.
Alaskan Standard Time. They have their own special time zone.
Yeah, there is no
Special
land
up there.
north or south of them. If you go south from Alaska, it's only Pacific Ocean,
Interesting.
all the way down.
I didn't realize they jutted out so far into the Atlantic
Yeah,
or into the Pacific.
This is further proof that we shouldn't have time zones at all. That we can just universalize time, because obviously it's meaningless.
Because time is meaningless.
I don't follow.
Okay. From the eastern tip to the western tip of Alaska. Okay. Let me get some data to back this up.
Lip Noodle says, you are dead.
I am dead. I was dead.
How
I
much
died.
would Doc avoid dying if every time he died, he got a Dark Souls splash screen?
A Dark Souls flash screen.
Splash screen.
Okay.
It's just every time you die, it comes up with a screen. It plays a sound, and then it puts up a screen that says you are dead,
Okay.
and just really rubs the salt in the wounds.
Oh, that's... I don't know that I care much about that. I mean, it's just telling me a fact. Okay, you're dead. Yeah, I know. I died.
Yeah.
So what about
It's a lot harder to hear when you've been fighting the same boss over and over for 3 hours,
Yeah, I imagine.
and you've lost your souls again, and you have to repair your equipment again.
Uh-huh.
Have to go grinding again because you obviously don't have enough levels.
Yep.
Kaizen says Alaska is massive, and it's
Yeah,
hard to
it is.
understand on a Mercator projection, especially because of how close it actually is to Russia.
Yeah, from what I understand, in the winter you can just walk across to Russia.
That's
From
crazy. Okay,
our
so
farthest western island. Anyway, go ahead.
can I show you on screen real quick?
Sure.
So this is what I say about time zones being silly. I'm gonna close chat for a second. Okay, these are the standard time zones, what they actually look like. Okay, Alaska spans technically four, but three time zones. Okay, east to west.
Okay.
And yet in reality, all of it's in one time zone. It's all. So these guys here are locked to this time zone right here, which, by the way, this much of Canada is locked to this time zone. Okay, so you can be here and be 2 hours ahead of where you should be. You can be here and be 2 hours ahead of where you should be. Time zones are silly. They're all silly. None of them make sense. Here in the US, this is, I'm sure, it's a much more basic version because we have all sorts of exceptions all over the place. People obeying leap time or whatever time.
Arizona staying on standard time all the time and never going to.
Yeah, all that kind of stuff. All this is silly. Okay, you're already 2 hours off. They're 2 hours off. They're half of them is an hour off. Greenland, come on. They're 3 hours off. Right? Why do we care? Why don't we all just use UTC? I don't care what you use. Why don't we all just use UTC at all times? There's no reason. I don't care that, you get up at 6 o'clock in the morning. No, you don't.
Oh, and I had a weird situation when I was on my mission in Marianna, Florida. Many people in Marianna, Florida would drive to work and they'd be in a different time zone.
Yeah. Why?
So they would drive from Central Time Zone to Eastern Time Zone.
Mm-hmm. So if you weren't handling time zones, you wouldn't have that frustration every day and that weird mental math every day.
Well, a lot of people in Marianna liked it.
Sure. Well,
because they went, they had to be to work really early, and then they came home and they, gained an hour.
It's an imagined hour they gain.
Yes, it's an imagined hour.
It's a
you
completely
adjust to the regular, to whatever time it is. Yes.
And when we're talking to Spencer up north, he's up in Michigan. He's an hour ahead of us, and so every time we talk, is that my time or your time? Every time. It's ridiculous. Get rid of time zones.
Yeah, I mean, time zones made sense when everybody wasn't working, when we weren't working across time zones as much.
Well, we work, we talk, we communicate across time zones all the time.
All right. I need to take a quick break there, guys. So if you guys could take over the stream for a moment. Can you do that, Garrett? Robert?
I currently don't have anything running on my computer. Lexi just redeemed Stretch for you, Doc.
Okay, good. I get to get up and stretch.
Sheldon Petrie says there's an island in the Pacific that moved one whole day to be closer to their neighbors. They crossed the international date line.
Yeah, that's the weirdness. That is really weird.
Yeah. I'd say the cost of reversing the system is probably too big to be worth it at this point. But at the same time, the system creates additional problems that are probably not necessary.
And we have a first-time chat there, and I noticed that Sir Swanks says scan a hard drive and redeem hydrate. Could you come and kind of make a note of that? And when I come back, I'll do both of those.
Sure.
And I'll see you in just a few moments.
Yeah. Spencer Wright says, as a student pilot, I would love to switch to UTC. It would make my life much easier since it all revolves around it.
Yeah.
But
again,
sorry, go ahead.
Again, it made a whole lot more sense to have time zones when we weren't constantly working across time zones. I mean, when the settlers came to America, they woke up in the morning at the same time to them as anywhere else in the world. I'm sure that they had some concept that it was a different time because they're not dumb people. But it didn't really matter to them because it would take weeks for any communication to get across the ocean anyway. And even later on, when we had, when we started to have telephones and even early computers, it really didn't matter because we weren't working across time zones nearly to the degree that we do today. But now today, the idea that you're talking to somebody that's halfway across the world is normal.
Yep, it's absolutely normal. So, it's the same argument we've always had with daylight savings time. You're not saving. What are you even talking about? You're not saving daylight. You're artificially changing the numbers you use to reckon time. Who cares? Just get up earlier. Duh. It's just dumb.
It's all artificial. None of it is real. Lexi says something that I wholly disagree with. I was about to say something harsher against it, but I should stay nice. She said we should just go to one military clock of 24 hours everywhere in the world at the same time. Yeah, no. No. No, no, no. No, 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 no. I cannot tell you how much I hate military time.
I understand the dislike of it, but it is easier. So if we're gonna make the argument of we should go to universal time, going to military time would also make sense. But if we go to universal time,
Ew.
Garrett,
What?
we have to do it the next 3 years.
Why?
Because if we do with our current president, we'll reset the clock and we'll say that we're going by Washington, D.C. time instead of UTC time. He'll just declare, we're going to universal time, and it's going to be Washington. That's where everything is. It's going to be. It's the best ever said so.
Another Gulf of America situation.
Basically. Anyway.
You are absolutely right. That's what would happen. We'd force the rest of the world to follow Washington time.
Kaizen says DST is something that should be done away with. It's merely a tool for efficiency enforcement for conservation of fuel during the war and during World War One. Okay, I get it.
Yeah.
And it's just why he said, yeah, easier mathing for payroll accounting. RRTA says reason time zones were invented in the first place were due to trains. Interesting. How were trains helped by it? If you have any idea.
It was probably... Again, it was probably due to the fact that people everywhere local, 6 o'clock was the time that everybody got up. Period. That's just what they called their time locally.
Okay.
And not having time zones meant that their scheduling and local scheduling never matched up. And time zones was the easiest way to reconcile that.
Sure. I'm also, by the way, completely open to doing these. I mean, I'd be fine with having a dual time system. Okay. Right now we have, universal time. Right. Perfectly fine with that. We use some, you use that for all scheduling. But then you also get used to knowing that we're also going to reckon local time or reckon when you're going to do things by hours since daylight. It's hours since dawn. Okay? And that's a fairly simple one as well. It's just hours since dawn.
And dawn is just it's just a standardized time.
No, dawn happens when dawn happens. Okay? That's why it's two different systems that are totally agnostic upon each other. One is a universal time. One is when the sun rises right where you are.
Got another bag of Butterfingers.
And that's how you reckon time with people locally. But
Are we still talking about time?
we are. I did want to show a quick video, but I didn't get to it. Doc, you didn't see this. So a particular tool, it's an AI tool, was released recently that does AI video. Okay.
Yeah.
And if anybody has read Brandon Sanderson's Way of Kings, okay, the opening of the book, well, the opening of every book in the series starts with this one scene. And this guy, over the course of about a day, was able to make this animation that I'd like to share. There is audio, but we won't play the audio. And it's about a minute long. Doc, you okay with me showing it?
Sure.
There's some inconsistencies, but generally, it's really, really well done and fairly lore accurate, too.
Oh, him.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty good.
That guy had straight Warcraft armor on, though.
Yeah, I imagined Shard Plate to be a whole lot bigger.
Yes. Actually, I think canonically it is a whole lot bigger than that.
Yeah, it's more mech suit type.
Yeah. I mean,
Anyway,
if you have read the book, it hit so many things with incredibly good detail.
Interesting.
The fact that it was able to cut from angle to angle incredibly well, it kept the main character, didn't seem to change with every single scene. It's definitely not studio quality yet, but man, it's getting close.
yeah.
And this was made by a single guy over the course of a day and a half, he said, and took him only around, $800 or so worth of credits.
Okay, but I will point out that something that quality for $800
Yeah.
is insane.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So I went to scan a hard drive, and of course at this point I have the previous hard drive that I scanned, and the pure ingot is of course something I'll probably take so that I can make more iron ingots. Not that I necessarily need it, but this is an interesting one that I don't think I've really taken notice of. You can go ahead and set your machine to do the residual plastic recipe, and then take the output from both of those and turn them into rubber. That's weird.
Yeah. I'd still go for pure iron ingot.
Oh yeah, I would too.
Yeah.
I just have never taken notice of that one, and that one seems kind of an interesting one. Okay, so let's put a new hard drive through its ringers, and there we go. Now get rid of the MAM and get back to business here. Okay.
Kaizen makes a great point to, kind of finishing off the time conversation. He says, again, time is relative. The only reason why time exists is because without it, everything would happen all at once.
Okay.
Yeah, we can't have that.
And we definitely can't have that happen.
All right, I have to get back down to my mines and finish moving the conveyor line to finish moving the conveyor if I can find it. I'm looking for my conveyor line.
Killickson says, "Hi Doc, thanks for all the tips. It helped a lot.
Good.
Well, I've been playing while sick with COVID."
While sick with COVID. Well, I don't look forward. I don't relish your experience there, but hopefully it'll be light and you can get on with life easily.
Yeah. COVID never lets you off light, unfortunately.
a lot of people have an experience where they've had COVID and, you know, they just work through it. You know, it's just like a cold.
Yeah, and like viruses do, it'll continue to get weaker over time.
Yeah.
So eventually, it'll just
Till it's
be
just non-existent.
it'll just be the flu, you know, the flu or a cold, same
Yep.
thing. Eventually, it wasn't at
yeah.
first.
Definitely was not at first.
Topherelia says, I'm a big fan of the Doc Einstein hybrid avatar. Always good to see and hear you guys. Found y'all a couple months ago.
All right.
Lexi says, no offense to COVID, but we get a mega pandemic every 100 years, so you can put the clock on it each 100 years we get one.
Yep.
Yeah, but they're not always fake. They're not always manufactured in a lab. Which,
Yeah.
Doc's got
that's
a
the
big-
frustrating part.
And apparently China continues to do research of that kind.
Let's not get into this subject.
Yep, let's move on.
Okay, okay,
I'd really rather not.
fine.
I mean,
Fine.
the flu pandemic or epidemic of the early 1900s was pretty bad.
Yeah.
You know, that really took a lot of lives. All right, there we are. Now I just have to keep following it back, and hopefully I can follow this one back far enough to actually get it hooked up to the train line without Robert coming along and wrecking my day.
Yeah,
Yeah.
true. Lexi asks, Garrett, how are your book sales going?
Doc, how are my book sales going?
At this point, I know of the one.
Yeah, we need to talk about how we're going to advertise it beyond the channel.
Yep. And yes, and I already have somewhat of a plan to talk to you about. So
Okay.
Sir Spring says, to me, gaming with Doc is pretty non-political. It's part of the reason why I enjoy it. So
Yep.
thanks for covering the discussion.
yep.
Killickson says, thankfully mine, Killickson's one been sick with COVID, has been akin to the flu, but I can't work so the students don't get sick.
Oh
Fever
yeah.
and chills are what's been my main symptom.
The when my coworker was able to work through it, he was working from home, so he took one afternoon. He got just too tired to keep going, and he did take a break that afternoon. So, oh darn, that didn't work.
During the time of the pandemic, I was working from home like I do now. Working from home, my only contact, because Doc was working from home, my only contact with the outside world on a daily basis was through Garrett, who was a delivery driver at the time. And Garrett, you got it as well right before me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Garrett got it right before me.
Got 2 weeks off work. That was great.
Yeah. And I got it, and basically it was 2 days of couldn't hardly get out of my chair, and then I was fine. But it was just the weirdest sensation of sitting there in my chair, upright, and having to really think, I want to get my phone out of my pocket so I can text somebody that's in the other room to come and help me because I need a drink. And that's the big memory that's kind of burned in my brain of I'm just that weak.
Yeah. Maybe we got COVID again this last time, because this last time we got sick, that was pretty much what happened to us.
Yeah.
But
It definitely wasn't that extreme. It was more of a feeling tired for several weeks.
yeah, when I got COVID, I had some rather significant stomach cramps as well.
That's so weird.
It was very painful.
Stomach cramps. Now,
Which is not a typical
No, that's not typical for COVID at all. I mean, typical COVID is a respiratory illness.
Yeah, but I don't know. Stomach cramps have always been pretty bad for me, so I'm just prone to them, I suppose.
Okay, so you're prone to them and just blame it on COVID. There you go.
Well, I'm not saying just blaming it on COVID, but what I'm trying to say is that COVID could have brought it on easier in me when it's not usually a symptom for other people.
Oh, okay, got it. So it could have been contributing to your weakness that allowed you to get the stomach virus.
Yeah.
Rowdy Runner said, I've been playing Satisfactory for about 3 days, and I'm hooked. Been watching your videos and learning so much.
Cool.
Yeah. It is that kind of game where you kind of get it. It then feeds that feeling of, aha, I get it really, really well. You know, the first time you build a coal power plant where you have to have both water as well as coal in there, suddenly it's like, oh, okay, I get this. And then you go out and build a whole bunch and you get to spend hours rebuilding that same type of factory over and over and over again, but a little bit better every time. Really, really good at that pacing and progression.
Lexi says, when I had COVID, it was the first time in my life I had a body temperature of 98.6 Fahrenheit.
Oh dear. So your body temp went to normal. Not normal for you, but went to normal. That's interesting. Yeah. So what else do we have in the chat window there?
Yeah. Fitzwalker says the sense of accomplishment in Satisfactory is unmatched in any other game.
Yeah.
Lexi says my normal body temp is around 95. Wow.
Yeah.
That's really low.
That's what makes it so difficult for her to go into heated areas and such. When it's too hot in the summer, it's just exhausting.
Mark says the one thing that really gets me is all the running you have to do in the early game. I'm glad I have my wheels in real life.
Yeah, no kidding. That's so true. Okay, all right, do I need to just jump this with a... Yeah. I'm gonna take that tact. Lift time. All right, now let's see if I can get up there. Put a ladder on the back of it, right? Like somebody else suggested?
Lexi says the same on the flip side, Doc. If I go out in the cold, I get undercooling symptoms very quickly.
Wow.
Jay Fallen says death by explosions. Also, hello. No conveyors.
Okay, why would you do that? Why would you... Is that Adrestea?
Nope.
98 hack? Oh, somebody else is getting into the act.
Garrett, did somebody on Minecraft happen to mention it?
No.
Was the hit squad sent from there?
No, it's in Twitch chat.
I was wondering if there's, some collusion happening prior. That's all. By the way, everybody, just yesterday, 2 days ago, we launched a brand new member server on Minecraft. We have one coming for Satisfactory tomorrow, Doc?
We should be able to get it back up and running tomorrow.
Okay. But we have a 2-day-old Minecraft server now, and that's only for paid members. So if you're either on YouTube or on Twitch, even if you're using a Prime subscription, you can come play Minecraft with us. Just join our Discord, which I'll go ahead and link for you guys again. Yeah, you join the Discord and you make sure it's linked to your YouTube or Twitch account. And you'll get all the permissions you need and be able to join us and have some fun. So we're intentionally building adventures and dungeons for Doc, and he's going to come play about once a month or so and come see what we've built and run the dungeon. And
on the
have some
Minecraft
fun.
server.
On Minecraft, yep.
Mm-hmm. 98Ax says, have you guys tested with AV1 video encoding? It might help with the dropping.
Oh, by the way, how's the video looking with us at 60 frames per second?
Yeah. Can anybody who's watching verify that you see or feel a difference? Does it feel smoother? I don't think we've dropped since we changed.
Nope, we haven't. So I think that, I mean, Elon Musk is constantly sending more satellites up to support the Starlink network.
Yeah.
We've noticed a marked improvement over when we very first started, when we were very first trying to figure out, oh, how are we going to get a stream through this tiny pipeline? I mean, we even paid for priority service, didn't help.
Yeah.
There just weren't enough satellites supporting us here for us to get a decent signal. So just going to 60 frames per second is a huge win at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And frankly, if we can go increase our bit rate too, we might be able to do that. But let's try 60 frames per second for a week or so and see where we're at.
Lexi says, I vote Infinite Nudge, Infinite Zoop, Snap On, Sky UI, Structural Solutions, and harder space elevator phases. Actually, I really think that harder space elevator phases for a multiplayer server is likely a really good idea. It takes it beyond what a normal person can do quite a bit, but it makes it a whole lot better for multiplayer play, I think.
Harder space elevator? In other words, moving basically space elevator stuff till the end?
No, it just increases the number of materials needed for each phase.
So Fitz says there's a little screen tearing, but it's good. Doc, we should fix that. That's something you can fix in your Satisfactory settings.
All right, well, let's go look at options. You can tell me it's under video, I assume.
Absolutely.
So where is it?
Scroll down. It should be VSync is what we're looking for. There it is.
Right there?
Yep, turn that on. There we go. That should fix the screen tearing issues.
Okay. Excuse me?
Oh my gosh.
I was, once again,
Yes, I know.
told to do this.
I am well aware.
Are you shooting at me?
Why shouldn't I shoot at you? Obviously, you're being worthy of being shot.
Come on, Doc. Hit me.
Hit me.
I'm trying. just a bit behind you all the time.
Yep. Gotta lead your shots. This is hit scan technically, but Lexi says, "Congrats, Garrett. You just became the favorite son." What are you aiming at?
I'm aiming at you.
I'm taking no damage. There we go.
But see, you've got explosive rebar, don't you?
Yeah.
I haven't taken time to go make any more explosive rebar.
Oh.
So
Well,
you've
they
got
asked for
undue
explosive edge,
advantage.
so I gotta make sure we finish this.
You've got an undue advantage. Come on.
See, I have to. Oh. I have to time the jumps here. Although running through the forest is fun because every time an explosion lands, all the trees break.
Makes it very satisfying. Come on, you only need to hit him one more time. Come on, Robert. It looks like we might have a
you to make better choices.
university question.
Excellent.
Okay, Doc, let me know when you want to take a university question.
All right. What was that punishment for placing conveyors? No, it was just just nonsense that Robert likes to do.
Nonsense that the stream pays me for.
Oh, really? Okay.
No, it's nonsense the stream pays you for, Doc.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, let's take a university question while I'm floating down to the surface.
Okay.
All right. Tion511 asks, when it comes to the dimensional depot, collecting all the Mercer spheres, do I use all of them to form depots, or are the upgrades worth it? Still haven't touched the aluminum. Well, I'm in the middle of making the aluminum plant if I can just avoid being killed long enough to get the conveyor belts to the place that I need to put the trains together to get the bauxite to the plant. The whole goal of this stream is to develop that train. But anyway, I'm moving on. It's a balance. Save up your Mercer spheres and get some upgrades, yes. Because the upgrades give you, the first one, when you first start the dimensional depot, gives you only one stack and a really, really slow upload time. Go ahead and keep upgrading those. Right now I'm at 3 stacks and an upload time, I think 3 seconds a piece or something like that. 3 seconds each, I'm not sure exactly. But the bottom line is, yes, those upgrades make a difference because they allow you to keep building, because when you set up a dimensional depot and start loading it, the load allows you to literally keep product in your bags so that you can keep building anywhere that you're at. So you've got to strike a balance between having enough depots to be useful and then also saving up enough in order to upgrade and get the next level, which allows you another stack and another twice the speed. Each level goes up twice the speed or half the time for each item. So do both. You haven't touched aluminum? Well, I'm still working on making my aluminum plant. That's about the time when you start setting up all your depots, because you really need the depot to keep putting like concrete and plate and whatever it takes to make foundations and walls and build trains and all of those items. and you really need to have a way to not have to keep coming back to your main plant to constantly pick up stuff. So in that respect, build them both at the same time. Kind of keep building enough depots, and then at the same time save up enough to get the upgrades, and they kind of come in concert with each other. Okay, so let's go back to the game.
Okay.
Okay, Lexi says, I think the 2 bauxite pure nodes on the coast mountains are the best. And they probably are. Okay, this refinery has plenty of heavy oil residue. And do I have... I better... Smokeless powder. No, I don't have a depot on there. Yeah. Grumble, grumble,
Fizz
grumble,
asks, which should you upgrade first, capacity or upload rate?
I upload them together because each increment of the next upgrade requires more Mercer stringers. So you can do an awful lot with increased speed. And so I upgrade them together because it costs too much more each time I want to upgrade something to upgrade one and not upgrade the other.
He said, I should amend that. Which one would you do first between the two?
I would do capacity first, and then when I saved enough, I'd do that same level of increased speed. But yeah, I would do capacity first.
Okay. Lexi says upload first. So there's, reasonable minds may
Difference
disagree.
of opinion, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not a bad thing.
Yeah, not a bad thing at all. There is reason to go either one. I personally agree with Doc on this one because any amount of upload speed will continue to work while you're not building. Speed becomes important when you're building very quickly and constantly running out your capacity.
Yep.
But then again, greater capacity at that point could keep you from running out in between, and you just let it upload between building sessions.
So there's one side. I agree to disagree, Doc. Okay, that's fine. Oh gosh, the AI just went down. Could you make sure you go and reboot him there, Garrett?
I don't know how much help I'll be. I think we need to just let him come back up on his own.
Okay, well, we'll wait.
Yeah.
Oh, darn. I forgot I had my parachute on.
So what you're working on?
I was going to go out to the bauxite mine and get the next conveyor line up there so I could attach it to a train.
Well, the AI is gone, so there won't be any duck killing for a little bit.
Thank goodness. And the term would be the AI is down.
Oh, yes.
Needs rebooting.
Dumping some bad files.
Yep. Oh, Garrett.
Am I wrong?
It's just crude humor.
Lexi says, I build very quickly and always need to wait for uploading. Yeah.
Yep. That is true. If you're constantly building and you're in a building mode like that, then the upload speed matters a whole lot more than what the quantity that you have in there. So, I think I could agree with the upload speed in that paradigm.
And Chinka says, or you don't use it at all, and you build a train track to where you're working, and then have the train store all of your excess amounts of materials until you need them.
Uh-huh.
I mean, that's certainly a way to do it.
Why wouldn't you just do that with storage containers?
Well, because the train could constantly feed you new ones.
Well,
New stuff.
He didn't say delivering. He just said do a train track nearby so you could store your goods. So I was taking him literally. Is that what he really meant?
Build a train track and build a train to where you're working and have the train store all of your excess amounts of materials until you need them. So I think that he is using
it to bring it there and then just letting it stay full so he always has stuff.
Well, I think he is using storage containers to offload in that case.
Okay.
Just using the train to keep him constantly supplied. Yeah? I mean, it takes a little extra work than just plopping down a dimensional depot, but
Yeah,
it would provide more materials than even a max level depot or uploader could provide. So, it certainly is worth considering, especially if you're doing large scale builds.
Uh-huh. All right, let's put down a MAM here and see if my hard drive is done. And then,
And you can use conveyors again.
okay, good. Okay, so, where do you use batteries anymore?
Oh, Chinko says the storage containers are at the original site when everything is being built, and then the train travels with me as I go.
Ah,
Interesting. Okay, so you're not even setting a route on it. You're just using it as mobile storage.
well, that's interesting.
That is.
Well, this is going to definitely just be a rescan, because I'm not going to create the iron alloy ingot when I have the ingot that uses the water. So I probably won't be using this one ever. So anyway, let's go to the hard drive library and...
You didn't even
scan a new one.
consider using the battery.
No, I mean, the only place you use a battery now is in the drone, but there's so much better fuels to use in a drone now.
Yeah.
Where you don't need to supply it with batteries like you did in pre 1.0 in the pre 1.0 world.
Yeah. When I originally played, it was all that was the only fuel you could use.
Right, exactly.
And it's I can remember having a massive factory for batteries just to keep my drones running.
Yeah, I remember that too, because when I was playing Update 8, I had a huge factory making, right off of my aluminum factory where I was making sulfuric acid. I would make the batteries at the same time because they used the aluminum container. So I would make batteries, and then I'd have my drone there hauling it all out. So, yeah, that was difficult. Those were difficult days. So I want to put down an awesome shop because I need to go. I only have one fix-it coupon, and I need two. All right, let's see how many. Okay, time to move. Oh, great. What have I done?
Sir Swank says, doesn't nuclear still need batteries?
No. This is the weirdest thing I've ever done. Did I do something odd?
What's going on?
Look at my cursor. Cursor's moving all around, but the screen isn't. I had to hold down my mouse button to get my screen to move.
It was probably not focused. You probably accidentally clicked out of the window. Do you still have to hold down your mouse in order for it to move?
Yes. Like, did I go into photo mode or something?
That doesn't look like it.
Okay, now it's back to normal. I wonder what did that, because there are times when I'd like to have that mode, but I don't know what I did to get there. Press tilde? That.
And now, does it do the same thing?
It does the same thing. So I must have accidentally hit tilde when I wanted to hit escape.
Yeah. Yeah, I noticed that you had opened the console.
That the console bar was up. Okay.
Yeah.
I need to put down a sink, and I need to grab the coupons that are in it. And it can do a little clipping in the meantime. Am I going to be able to... I was able to print the coupons even though it wasn't powered up. That's cool. Now I can go to the shop. And I can now go to my cart and... All right.
Parts purchase confirmed. Promotion delayed by X
Promotion.
times part value plus fix-it stock value.
Oh. She was so funny about the awesome shop. All right, let's get this conveyor line pushed to conclusion.
Conclusion or completion?
Okay, fine. I can push it to completion then if you wanted to.
Okay.
Cherry pick my words there.
Yeah. Chico says, it takes me too much time to find all the materials for those upgrades and whatnot for the depot. Don't get me wrong, I like the concept and everything like that. Just the upgrades, in my opinion, aren't worth it to spend all the time trying to find the spheres. I get it.
Yeah.
Especially if you're not a big
Especially if you found other ways to get around it and not use it. I think is really what you're looking for.
If you're not big into exploration.
Yeah, and you know, don't have to be big into exploration to play this game.
Yeah, but the fact that you have to go and search out, those Mercer spheres can be hard for people who don't like exploration.
Yeah, that's true. Most of what I find, I just find by accident. You know, I'm just happening to be in an area and all of a sudden, oh, there's a Mercer sphere. I might as well go pick that up.
Yeah.
Oh, we got a doggo playing in the water there. See?
Mm-hmm. Fitzwalker says, I can see that, but if you have capacity, it reduces the load on the upload. My primary resource I need is concrete, of course.
Yeah.
And I have an upload of 180, but a max capacity of 2,500. Wow, so you went capacity first for quite a while.
Well, is that the final upgrade on both of those?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay, well, I have all three lines now coming up there. going to go up to the platform and I'm going to put down a train and hook them up. Freight platform, yes. Put another freight platform here. Yes, there we go.
Yeah. Kaizen said, I had to learn to build a line that could produce at minimal steady flow, go explore, and then come back and ship stuff that's ready, then work on expansion, go explore, come back and ship, build a new line, repeat. It's adjusting the mindset from speed of delivery to just having something that can run in a stable condition.
Okay.
And Fitzwalker says 2,500 is 5 stacks, so it's maxed. But yeah, he definitely hasn't maxed the upload.
Alrighty. All the backlog that's on those conveyors is coming through right now, so they're running at max speed and max capacity. That won't be the case after a while. Oh, and that's already not the case in that one. See? Yep. So the ones that are coming from a longer distance are going to stay more full. But I want to get a good amount of bauxite coming in there, and get that started so I can build my aluminum plant. This is the last thing that has to happen.
Chico says, so I just got home and pulled up my system information. It looks like my BIOS version date is 052-9/20/2022. So yeah, you might need to redo your BIOS.
Yeah, go ahead and flash that before you start having problems. Now, and what's your CPU generation?
Yeah, and Fitzwalker says, for my playthrough, I found I build in bursts, so capacity was more important.
Oh, I wanted to make one more comment that I thought of on the way out.
Uh-oh, the AI is rebooted. All right.
We made an episode or a short, can't remember which, about the mega loader, or the mega uploader, one of the two, where basically we made a blueprint that would contain enough uploaders to maximize a Mark IV, Mark V, or Mark VI belt. Okay, to completely use up a 4, 5, or 6 belt. And that was done intentionally because sometimes you're just going to build a big factory and you need, for a short time, to upload, to keep all the concrete flowing, right? Something like that. And we made that after Garrett was helping us build the Gigafactory and would constantly run out and fill his entire bags and constantly run out. And it was rather difficult to keep up. You can always increase upload speed just by putting another uploader. You cannot increase capacity. So if you upgrade capacity first and you need one thing a whole lot, put another unit on it.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Eventually you have to upload speed because upload speed can be upgraded theoretically infinitely with the number of uploaders you have.
Yep. Chico has a 13900 KF, so definitely should upgrade that.
Definitely. Yeah. Get that CPU uploaded before there's damage.
Upgrade.
That BIOS loaded. I'm sorry, uploaded.
We've been talking too
Upgraded.
much about uploaders.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Oh.
And Kaizen, of course, says the reasonable thing. Says, as long as you're having fun, there's no wrong way to play.
Exactly.
Yeah.
My fun just involves being a massive operational logistics nerd.
Yep. Absolutely.
There you go.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
Mark says, ooh, goody. Doc got himself a train track. And where's the main depot, Doc? Is it really at the 250 mark?
Yes.
Or have you cut the height?
I did not cut the height.
Yep, it is at 250 meters. We counted it out. It's way up in the sky.
For some reason, it says it's 73 over here, but
Are you cold?
my hands are cold. Yeah,
Oh.
my hands are cold.
His
for some
hands is
reason.
froze, and his toes is froze, and his nose is
Wow.
froze.
Whoa.
An OG.
Could you reboot that
101
AI again? He's
Dalmatians
getting off
reference.
kilter.
Sorry, what did you say? I talked over you.
I said, you need to reboot the AI again. He's off kilter.
Maybe we need to upgrade his reference database.
Possibly. Ah. Fixit
No,
and
it
its
was-
affiliates are not responsible for any delays caused by any reason, including ... Ah. All right. Edit the timetable. We're going to go to Bauxite first, and then we're going to go to Highland 2. After that, confirm. And I do want to turn on self-driving until it gets... What do you mean it has no timetable? I just made a timetable for it. This time
Oh,
I'll
good.
save changes, I guess.
Caffeinated's here says, hello all, I may have overslept a little.
Oh, just a little. We've only been at it 2.5 hours.
Just a wee bit.
Now this is going to go to Highland 2, and then it's not going to be able to go back to here because the rest of the train hasn't been built yet. But it'll give me some bauxite to get started, and I could always manually reverse it, come back here and get another load. So
Sir Swank says that the AI isn't updated. Haven't heard any bruh words or phrasing, so it's not up to current youth standards.
uh-oh.
Wow.
So, Mark, my train.
Fitzwalker says Kaizen is absolutely right. I'm only asking to see what other people are doing. Do what's fun for you.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
There you go.
Stop being reasonable, people. Come on.
Stop being reasonable.
Fighting is more fun.
Yeah.
Fight more. Fight.
Oh, gosh. Look at that wreck on top of that pillar. I'm going to have to come back to that one.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't this a beautiful straight train, Robert?
Yeah. That even though we've talked about train supports and all that kind of stuff, just building a giant platform to get there really does help a lot. Then maybe redecorating it or something.
Yeah, I'll work on redecorating it as time goes on. After all, I'm going to take this one. I'm going to take this save all the way to phase 5.
Really, this one,
This save, yes.
the Mark said so one.
Because Mark said so, and we're going to Go all the way.
Oh gosh.
Think that that's too difficult here, Robert?
No, just, you know.
And now, I did not set the other train station to unload. So I'm going to go see if, while the train is sitting there, I can change it to unload and actually get it to unload. Otherwise, I might have to roll it back a little ways. It'll be interesting is when it starts going down the platform here. I'll have to see how much speed it gains. Okay, put on the brake. Okay, very good. Very good. Came to an end. Nice. Okay, I need to jump out and set these.
Mega Meaty Bacon Man says, but where is the undulating rails, lumps and bumps, and inconsistent speed?
Oh,
It's too straight. I think that you need to get a pattern that's just a traditional train track so that you can have the ties whip past at really fast speeds. So it gives the illusion that you're going faster, a whole lot faster.
Oh, you think I ought to, huh?
I think the best way to make it feel like you're going faster is put yourself in a very, very small tunnel.
That might work.
With like lights like every other meter.
Yeah.
I have to have the train outside the station in order to change. In order to change the station from a load to an unload platform.
That's a weird turn. Man.
And the brake is the space bar.
It looked weird, you going backwards up that turn.
Even
really
weirder,
weird.
yes.
Going
Megan
downhill on
said,
that should have derailed you.
Going down should have derailed me, huh?
well, yeah, you're
If it
going
was a real
downhill,
train, yes.
and then you got a 90-degree turn going downhill.
If it was a real train, yes, it would. But it's not a real train, so we can get
Megan
away with
Meaty
that,
says,
right?
I made a station recently where the train comes in from above, entering the station at around 150 kilometers per hour.
Oh.
It hits the station, goes to 0. It's such a jolt.
Yes.
Don't fall out of your seat, but it does work.
It does
I mean,
work, yes. I've had train stations where I've come down it at an incline, and yes, it comes to a halt very quickly.
Caffeinated did say, to his credit, he stayed up all night working on a D&D character, and that's a good enough excuse.
There you go.
Megan Meaty says,
Only if you tell us what character it was. You gotta give us, the basic pitch. Who is this character?
Oh, yeah. And Megan Meaty says, I've been working on my Satisfactory train video. There's a Trap Faster Trains mod. Base trains can go up to 800 kilometers per hour. It's so funny.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so setting that one to an unload station. Setting that one to an unload station.
And Keta says, how do you feel about the portals?
I love the portals. It's just, I think only one time have I made portals where I've been feeding them with their sphere things on a consistent basis to keep them running. Otherwise, I've been hand loading them. But at the Gigafactory, at our 1.0 save, we definitely had it set for loading automatically. So, okay. And, we might talk about the fact that we are sponsored by Ping Players. You want to flash the logo, Robert?
Absolutely.
We are sponsored by Ping Players, and they keep us viable and running.
Caffeinated says, the character he made is a lizard folk with a homebrew chef class. Very funny stuff. And Kaizen asks, he cooks people, doesn't he?
Okay, this is going to be our aluminum factory. See how nice our aluminum factory looks? It's a wide open floor space. My DM is Dungeon Master.
I think he's been in his name, so DM Sir Swank.
Ah, Dungeon Master Sir Swank.
Very nice.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. If you have a party, one of your party members is a lizard folk, he dies. Is it wrong to eat his corpse?
Is that a dungeon? Is that a reference to the game?
Oh, just asking in game. If you're friends with a talking lizard, and the talking lizard dies, can you eat their corpse?
To eat their corpse?
Yeah. Like, do we not eat humans because they're human, or do we not eat humans because they're intelligent?
Oh dear.
I'd argue that lizard folk are fair game. I don't think lizard tastes very good, but
Probably doesn't. Not that you've ever tasted lizard.
Supposedly, it tastes just like chicken. Well, okay, chickens, birds, and lizards are very closely related.
Okay. Yeah, Kaizen asked, can you deep fry your Aarakocra? Yeah, there you go.
Aarakocra are bird people. Deep fried Aarakocra. Well, that's a big question, and
It's a deep question, huh?
if you're playing in a world with multiple different races, what are the rules on eating other races?
Good
It
question.
just Joshua Gawain says elves are fair game.
Oh,
I
really?
imagine they're real stringy, though. All meat, no fat, really old.
And so yeah,
Yeah, really old. The meat is chewy.
Yeah.
I'd say probably people's problem with orcs is not so much that they kill everybody, but the fact that they eat everybody. Because orcs don't care, whereas humans are a lot more likely to be picky about what they eat.
But I think orcs would be definitely more meaty.
Oh.
Butchered.
Vlum, with a donation of 15 MYR, asks, is it true that there's a max limit of 2.1 million items? Is it easy to reach this limit and cause the game to crash? Interesting. Is there a max item limit?
There is.
There is, yes, and it's adjustable.
You're going to have to go into the config files to fix it. It has to do with the Unreal Object limit.
Lexi says dwarves would make good food.
I imagine they'd be a whole lot better than elves.
The orcs would be better than elves.
Yeah. No, dwarves would be better than elves
Yeah,
as food.
I would honestly
Not
say
enough
that
meat on an elf.
any world where different sapient races work together to some degree, the concept of cannibalism would be expanded to include any sapient race, just out of practicality.
So let's give a thorough answer to Volum. There is a way to change it, and there is a current limit.
I have a link for you, Doc,
Okay.
to show off the limit.
Okay.
So yeah, let's take that to the university.
And
we'll
where's
read
the
it
link
again.
going to be?
Okay, Doc, so go ahead and go in Discord to grab that link. Catherine says, I'm so sorry for starting this conversation. It was not my intention.
All right. That is a wiki article.
And to be totally honest, I think Garrett's completely correct. If you had other sapient races, cannibalism would be expanded, or at least the social forces behind cannibalism would be expanded to don't eat any sapient race, obviously.
Now, that said, if the different sapient
Sentient
races were
race.
categorically hostile,
Then
they'd be fair game.
I said sapient as in any intelligent race, but
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's if they were categorically hostile.
okay. Set that chat aside because Doc, I think you have the link up.
I do.
Okay. And there's a U object game crash and U object limit increase section. Just scroll down for that.
Let's turn off chat for just a moment.
Well, actually, we're going to bring it to the university as soon as you find it. So.
Mega
There we
Meaty
go.
says,
You
I hadn't
object.
hit my object limit, but I had built entirely in one location that I was erroring out before it was hit. And it was constantly crashing prior to upping the limit, but increasing it fixes the constant crashes.
Yep, it does.
So go down by 2 subheads from where your cursor is right now.
This one?
Go
Lightweight
down by
actors?
2 now. 1. Go down by 1 more. There.
Why'd you skip
Now
it?
go up by 1. That one, yeah. That's the one we're talking about. That describes how to fix it. And console release players cannot increase. So let's go to Doc University Live and
Alrighty. So we have a question from Volum Super Chat. Is it true that there's a max limit of 2.1 million items? Is it easy to reach this limit and cause the game to crash? Is it easy to get to that limit? No. Your builds have to be incredibly large, and it just takes time to get that number of objects onto the screen. So if you look onto my screen right now, you'll notice that you'll get an object crash, and it'll tell you this text here that the object has crashed, and the object limit has been reached, and it crashes. Now, the game can crash before that or become unstable as it keeps hitting this limit, because the number of items you have in the game tends to go up and down and up and down. You know, you kill a creature, there's no longer that object there. You add another building, you deconstruct some things, and it'll go up and down. But generally, you tend to build things more than you deconstruct things, so eventually your object limit comes up. The interesting part, though, is that you can change that limit with this script, and they tell you where to find the object limit here. Now, I am in the satisfactory.wiki.gg, and if you search for Unreal Engine, it has this text in it. And I've scrolled down quite a ways into the article where it tells you how to increase that limit if the game you're playing is quite large and you suspect that you may be hitting that object limit. If that is the case, then you can look up Unreal Engine and get down to this section on object game crash and object limit increase. Now, console players, you don't have a solution for this. The console, if your game is just getting too big and you're hitting this limit, you're just going to have to either start over or maybe deconstruct some of your lesser modular factories that you built in the early game or something like that to stay under that limit. But for PC players, you can increase the limit at any time you'd like to, and the instructions are all there to be able to do it. So let's go ahead and go back to the game.
And Dimitri says, in practice, you need a world factory to hit that limit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
I'd like to show you a couple of examples of factories that we've personally toured that hit that limit.
Okay. You'd like to show us?
Yeah, I'll bring them up as soon as I find a couple pictures
Okay.
because... Oh, we've seen them.
Yeah.
Yep.
In
There are
fact-
some people with some pretty crazy factories.
Yep.
By the way, I have to note we have a new member on our Discord who's been posting builds that are right at that Whitestone My Name Jake's level.
Uh-huh.
This next showcase is going to blow your socks off.
Way cool. Way cool.
Yeah. Really big factories. As in, we didn't hit that limit on our Gigabase server. in our gigabase world. Which, if that tells you anything about how big the world needs to be to practically hit that limit, it has to be huge.
So here, I'll show off this one first, real quick. This is from My Name Jake's. We've toured this world before, and this is one of 3 cities he has. And this is not the full city. So you can see just how big the city is and how many islands it must have. Okay, so this is My Name Jake's, and he has a YouTube channel by that name as well. My Name Jake's, all one word.
He's obviously an incredible builder.
Yes.
You should check out his stuff.
And this is his first playthrough of the game. Incredibly. This is his first playthrough.
Yep. He started with the idea that he wanted to build pretty and organized at the very, very beginning. So that's what results when you do that.
Or, if you don't decide to build pretty, you could go the polar opposite of that direction. And I don't mean ugly, I mean
Crazy.
spaghetti.
You getting ready to show...
As soon as I find his posts.
Yeah, it's... We're talking about somebody on the level of Let's Game It Out. Actually, I'd say he's beyond Let's Game It Out.
Yes.
Let's Game It Out doesn't hold a candle to Mega Meaty Bacon Man. And Fifi says, "Hi, where are you from?"
We are in the Midwest of the U.S., of the United States. So, I was born in California, started my dad's college life in Fargo, North Dakota, and then moved to the Puget Sound area of Washington, which was, you know, we looked across the Puget Sound and saw Seattle from our house, in a town called Bremerton, and that's where we're from. And now we're in Missouri, in the Midwest of the U.S., Midwest of the United States.
Okay. So, popping over to show off, this is the first time Mega Meaty Bacon Man showed off his factory, and he's been working on it for the last 6 months since here, so it's even bigger. So this is his gigantic robot built over the arch in the grassy fields. Mm-hmm. This is the same exact location. Find the robot.
Yep.
Yeah, it's an ancient one. And then here.
In order to show that world, we did have to increase the objects for the Unreal Engine.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah. Mega Meaty Bacon Man is here in the chat saying that's an ancient screenshot. It is so much bigger than this. So much bigger. So much crazy stuff. It is. And Dimitri got it. This ain't spaghetti. It's artistic chaos.
Yeah.
100%. 100%. It is art.
Yeah, it's just what he's created is mind-boggling.
He says the save is now 95 megabytes. That's insane. 95 megabytes of text files. Because it doesn't save textures in your save file. No, there's no images, nothing. It's just 95 megabytes of text files? Oof. Fifi says, nice, I didn't really know the geography of the USA. Just had to check exactly where those cities are. Greetings from Poland.
Cool. Mm-hmm. Nice to have you.
In short, he started to the north, then he went northwest, and then he went middle. There you go. Sir Spank says, so you started your college life in Fargo. Does that mean...
My dad's college life started in Fargo when I was in kindergarten.
But does that mean NDSU?
Yes.
Okay.
North Dakota State. At Hoople.
Yep.
If
And
you get that reference, then you're a fan of PDQ Buck. Which was a classmate of my dad. He's passed away now, but gosh, I can't remember what his first name was. What his real name? Oh, Peter Schickley. You ought to look up Peter Schickley. He created some really bizarre music. He was a violin player at North Dakota State. Anyway, I've heard the name. Hail the Bison, he says. Yeah, that was the mascot. Okay.
Oh, he's NDSU alumni.
Oh,
And
really?
will be a 2x time plus staff there. Cool.
Oh, really? That's interesting. That is very interesting.
And one Metal Fist is here. Hello, hello.
Cool, cool.
Bacon says, the next update should remove conveyor hitboxes when out of render range, so I stand half a chance of regaining some FPS. I'm on about 12 FPS on a good day now.
12 on a good day? Yeeks. Oh, I'm going to see.
And Leslie lived in South Dakota for about 12 years.
Okay. Well, my dad grew up in Fargo, North Dakota. That's why he went back to school there. After serving in the Navy for 4 years. And then he got his first job in Bremerton, Washington, Puget Sound area. So that's why I ended up growing up there. So, okay. Now we have all the components that we need to make some aluminum. So let's get on it.
Cool.
Let's get after it. We got silica coming in there. We have water coming in there. I can't remember what we have coming in here. And it's not showing me. So let's see what. See if we can put a conveyor on there and see what it is.
And Fitzwalker says, moving back to Chicago the next couple of years. Nice. Doc, you've been to Chicago a few times.
Only at the airport. Oh, we have the coal coming in there. Only through O'Hare International Airport. Just as a stopover, because it always makes sense to go from St. Louis to Florida via Chicago.
That's funny.
Yeah. The old hub and spoke inefficiencies.
Yeah, but those are relatively local inefficiencies.
What do you mean?
As in, individual flights are inefficient, but wouldn't the whole system be more efficient because they don't have to because they have to create fewer flight paths?
That's actually true, yes. Although we have one airline, well, actually more than one now, but Southwest pioneered the idea of point-to-point flying, and their whole network was point-to-point rather than this hub and spoke. So if you wanted to go from A to B, you didn't end up going to a big airport like O'Hare or Kennedy or Atlanta or Dallas, where the big hubs are. You went straight from wherever they could route you through the various different smaller cities.
Mm-hmm.
And it was much easier, really, on Southwest to fly to another area. So that was kind of neat to do it that way.
Yeah, I imagine it makes it a lot more, a lot better for the end user.
For the flyers, yes.
But
All righty.
Kaizen Controller says, talking D&D character concepts, I had to remember which spell we used, but my favorite concept comes from an evil campaign. A necromancer wizard, faith healer con man. Partner, it was a sorcerer who used subtle spell to make a few townsfolk mysteriously ill. Then I roll with holy vibes and a blessed goodberry that instantly perks them up as the sorcerer drops his concentration. We rake in donations, goodwill, and influence, all to bankroll the real plan, which is building an undead legion.
An undead legion, huh?
I love it.
The real goal is to build an undead legion to take over the world.
Hey, it's whatever good necromancer should do.
One of these guys you are going to convince Doc to play, okay? That's your guys' job, to convince Doc to play one of these days.
Play what? D&D?
Yeah.
Doc has played D&D.
Yeah, a little bit.
By a little bit, like one session? No, okay, well, okay. Yeah, one session.
Okay, so we've got silica coming into the factory already, so I don't need this piece or this piece. So, supposedly need 88.3, basically 125 silica to do the foundry that creates 100 aluminum ingots. And we need two foundries to make 100 aluminum ingots. So we're putting a bunch of refineries on this floor. That's interesting. Refineries and foundries. And we've got water coming in already. So we got 300. So I'm going to start stacking up my inputs here.
Victor Hugo Dev says hi.
Okay, cool. So we got 300 water coming in. So why didn't it take this away? 350 water. So that's incoming. So we don't need the water extractor. That's what it took that out. Only 50 units per minute of coal. So I'm going to add an item here of coal. And I'm going to put 50 there. And so we've got 50 coal already coming in. We've got, I'm going to add another item because we already have, let's just say we've got 100 silica. Let's say we've got 150 silica coming in. So our silica here is plenty. We've got water coming in. Okay, bauxite. We've got two normal, a pure, and we've got two impure and two normals, I believe. So we've got plenty. It says we only need 100 units. So I'm just going to add an item of bauxite, and I'm going to say that we've got 200 units coming in, just to simplify things. So when you get right down to it, I need 3 machines. I've got plenty of silica coming in, plenty of water coming in. Plenty of water coming in. So the first step here is going to be the refinery to make the alumina solution with the water and the bauxite. So let's start there. It says we only need 0.84 to make 100 aluminum per minute. And I'm thinking that I need more, I want more than 100 aluminum ingots. So let's readjust the output here. Let's see what it takes to make 1,000. And it says we need more water than that. So I'm going to boost the water input to, I need more water input than that in order to do that. So 150 and 50. I only need 200 out of the 300 that I'm providing. Which means I can go to 100, 150 and not worry a thing about that. And I've got, okay.
As soon as you're done with this.
Done noodling? As soon as I'm done noodling?
Yep.
Okay.
There were a number of kind of questions and comments made. And I kind of summed it up in a single university question for you to comment on if you're good.
All right, let's do it. All righty. We've got a compilation of several questions that have been asked. And basically, it's what's the difference between Satisfactory Calculator and Satisfactory Modeler, and which do you prefer? I tend to prefer the Satisfactory Calculator. It's what I got started with and what I just gravitate towards. The Satisfactory Modeler, though, has a few unique benefits. You can very, very much control the inputs and the outputs easier than you can with Satisfactory Calculator. You can see that it's kind of cumbersome using the Satisfactory Calculator here. But if I was to prefer one or the other, if I got more practiced at using the modeler, I would prefer the modeler because it seems to give more accurate information and it's actually more information rich than Satisfactory Calculator. So I just need to practice more using the modeler, and then I would use the modeler more often. But both, really, you can do with both. Both are really very competent at what they accomplish, and equally well suited for doing the work of planning out a factory. If you get good at using the modeler, you'll find the modeler will give you more precise information to make your factories. So a lot of the big time YouTubers in the Satisfactory world tend to use the modeler more than they use Satisfactory Calculator. So that's basically where things lie. It really, a lot for me, and it ended up depending on where you started. Modeler was introduced to me after I knew how to use the Satisfactory Calculator to be adequate for my needs. And so that kind of jaded my opinion of using one versus the other. So hope that answers the question, and good luck to you. Let's go back to the game. Okay. All right. So I definitely okay. So I want to start with the refineries. I'm going to make 2 refineries, and I'm going to feed whatever I have here. I may end up trying... I can bring 600 water up here. So if I want to keep increasing, I can bring 600 water up here because I've got Mark II pipes. And that would allow me to do a whole lot more. I've got a lot more coal available than just the 100 coal. I've got at least 300 coal available from the mine I'm using. So if that's the case, then I could probably, let's go to outputs of, let's try 250. Okay. And it wants me to bring up more silica than that. Inputs of silica. Yeah, I'll bring up a whole lot more than 150 silica. With the current conveyors that I have attached, I've got better conveyors than that. But that takes out all the need for silica. And coal inputs, that's going to be a full conveyor belt. And my bauxite, I've got multiple bauxite mines out there, so I'm not going to have a need for bauxite at all anymore. So that only gets me up to two refineries to make alumina solution. So I'm going to make 3 refineries. 3 refineries there, and then 2 refineries to make scrap, and then 5 foundries, and foundries will be a bit started. I'm going to just go with 4 of those. So I'm going to start with 3 of those and 2 of those and see where it takes me, and then I'll decide on the foundry after I see the outputs, actual outputs of these 2. So let's go and do that, and let's see where that brings us. So I said 3 refineries there and 2 refineries there. So 3 refineries to start it. Okay, let's go do that. I'm going to start over here, and here's a refinery, and I'm going to go ahead and I'll just back it up a little ways here. There we go, and I'm already missing motors. I need to go downstairs and get some motors. And that's on the floor with the steel, is where to find that. So
Kaizen Controller says, the last I checked, the maximum number of undead a necromancer in 5th edition can have under their control with 1 year preparation, without legendary items and within the Adventurer League rules, at one time if done properly, is 7,682 undead, including things like ghouls, wights, mummy lords, etc. What? What? And
that almost sounded like a legal contract.
And Mega Meaty Bacon says 7,682 is a nice start. Oh, just an army that can roll over small cities with ease.
Yeah. That's what it sounds like to me.
But yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
Kaizen Controller says it is a good start within those very specific constraints.
All right, going back up to the aluminum factory. That's right there. Okay.
Oh my gosh. Lexi, she's going all angles here. She sent a message in chat that we read. Then she sent me a direct message and I responded. Now she's sending a highlighted message to Garrett saying, Garrett, can you tell Doc that Robert has a mod list of 6 mods to discuss with you for the new server game?
I already read that comment.
Okay.
Or the earlier comment where she listed out all the mods. And I even endorsed one of the mods. And Dimitri asks, how many people is in this stream / YouTube operation talking?
There are 3 of us. I'm the dad, or Doc, and my oldest son, Robert, and my middle son, Garrett, are on the stream. So, Robert, say hi.
Hi, this is me.
And Garrett.
I'm the one who complains a lot.
And Robert's got an AI chip embedded in his brain.
Oh my gosh.
And Garrett. Garrett.
Hello.
Okay, so Garrett is the writer, and Robert is the editor. Garrett has a book out that you can buy on an ebook at this point. We're still working on getting the proof copy for the printed version. That print copy should be here in less than a week, and then we can get copies that he will sign personally and sell in our store. So those are the 3 voices you hear. Now, on the Doc and Sons channel, you'll be introduced to another son, Spencer, who is my youngest, and he comes on and plays with Garrett and Robert, plays Minecraft on that channel. So.
When is our first video coming out?
It came out.
It came out
yesterday.
Nice. You guys should check that out. I imagine it's not doing very well just because we haven't.
It's a brand new video on a brand new channel.
Brand new video, brand new channel.
Yep.
Yeah, we don't really have a camera for either of us, unfortunately, Joshua. We do come on camera from time to time, not super often, no.
We ain't hiding, but we also know we're not the one you want to see.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and link you guys to the channel. So, also, we know you guys are Satisfactory watchers, okay? That's your game. Only if you actually like watching Minecraft type content, go there and subscribe. It doesn't help us at all, just have a higher count, and doesn't really help if we're sending YouTube bad signals saying that, yeah, Satisfactory people totally love this content, because they won't know who to push it to. So if you like Minecraft content, then go ahead and watch, go ahead and subscribe. Doc will start playing other games on this channel, though, in the future that aren't Minecraft. So.
Oh dear. Not enough operator headspace here, Robert.
Yeah.
Is that a euphemism for you're not able to think fast enough?
Yes.
Usually, but I'm also talking about the refineries don't have enough operator headspace.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, exactly. They're running into other machines above them. So I am going to reverse course here. I'm going to go over here where I probably don't have anything built, and we are going to build it from this side.
Lexi says, Doc, shouldn't you check out the Minecraft server in the last 30 minutes? Mark says, Minecraft yawn, zzz, snore.
It would take Doc 30 minutes just to get to a building area on the server.
Yeah. I chose a place to put my base that's pretty far away. Then again, maybe Caffeinated can make us operators on the server, just for a short time, or he could just teleport Doc directly.
Alrighty. I'm going to collect these up together and send them out that direction.
I do have to laugh though, because as soon as we create this new channel, it's already associated with the Doc brand account.
Mm-hmm.
But as soon as we create this new one, like half the recommended videos, it's either they're all Mr. Beast videos, or all the help channels, get your first 1,000 subscribers, tips and tricks for YouTube videos. Okay.
We know enough to get a first 1,000 subscribers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We may not know as much as Mr. Beast does, but we know how to get 1,000 subscribers.
Yeah.
All right.
It's taking it beyond 1,000 subscribers that we're still a little iffy on.
No, Doc will visit the server in due time, but we're not going to take away from playing Satisfactory today for that.
Because we get reactions like Mark. And then Mark just takes a whole bunch of people with him.
Yeah. Mark, what are you doing?
Okay. Zaxxon has a question that might be good for the university.
All right. Just a second here. Just want to draw some conveyors to here and to there, and up and connect right there. Gradual lift straight into there, and now we've got bauxite going into those. Okay. Okay, let's go answer a question. All right, from Zaxxon, we have a question. I've started playing again today after a year. I'm building a massive factory that will house all Tier 1 parts. I'm just stuck on how I should plan what to build and how many stuff per minute. Usually all Tier 1 stuff, you just need to bang out as much as you could get. I wouldn't worry about how much to build, other than if you can bring in a lot of ingots, if you can bring in a lot of ore, if you're not going to make the ingots at the mine site, if you can bring in as much of that as possible, then I would build as many rods, as many plates as you can possibly do. The same is true with copper. I would bring it in either as ingots or ore and build as much wire as you possibly can. The same with limestone. All your Tier 1 stuff that you would want to build there, screws are another big Tier 1 item too. I would just build out those big factories as big as you can with the conveyor levels that you currently have, and leave plenty of room at the end so that when you get faster belts and when you get higher mark miners, and when you get the ability then to overclock those miners, build room to expand at the end of those manifolds so that you can keep bringing them out and keep on making them long. If you have multiple mines bringing in iron or copper or limestone, then you could jump over the splitters that are in the center, usually in the center. You could skip over them and, feed as many as you can reasonably feed with a Mark I belt, for example, and then just provide a gap and then bring another line over and then dip down into it. And then later on, when you get conveyor upgrades, you can get rid of those jumps into the next splitter. That way you can build longer lines without having to build onto those lines later on when you upgrade your belts. A lot of things, but I would build a factory that had these manifolds side by side and a lot of room to make them long, so that you can just keep producing more and more as time goes on, because you're going to need them. So that's the way I would plan it out, and hope that helps. So let's go back to the game.
Okay.
Okay, I need to get water over to this. Yeah, I think that's the other part of the Illumina solution formula here is for the water. And here's the water.
And Dimitri asks, is the university segment for the YouTube Shorts?
Yes, the Q&A shorts are made out of those university questions. Yes. So the format looks very different when you see it live than what it is in the Q&A shorts. But yeah, all of those questions get put into a Q&A short later on. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then every once in a while, when we have enough questions from about a specific topic, we go and we make a full Doc University question about it. Or video about it, not question.
Yep, a video about it. There you go. Oh, that's funky.
And Lexi says, when does the short come out about colors?
About colors?
We haven't written that one yet. We just need more content to add to it besides just colors exist. So.
Yep.
And here's how to do silly Make a Meaty Bacon Man colors. Because, yeah.
We need a little bit more depth than that, right?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
A
Yeah,
little bit. Not much, just... Hey, everyone. Colors exist. It's about what we got right now.
Wow. That's...
The world is better in color.
Takes a while to get used to the fact that color, is there.
I know y'all are used to seeing the world in black and white, but ever since we got our eyes upgraded...
What was the world like back when it was black and white when you were a kid?
One of those questions.
See, we know that it's all black and white because all the shows were in black and white.
Yeah, obviously.
There was no color back then.
Okay. You just got demoted.
Tyson says, wait, he didn't grow up in the radio drama era?
Actually, I just barely missed that. And a funny story comes from my grandfather. Grandfather worked for a long time for Texas Oil Company, in fact, 25 years. And after that full career, most of the time it was in New York and he traveled, okay? So he would travel a lot overseas in the European area, and help build refineries and power plants. They were they were oil based. Okay, so after a long time living in New York, the radio came along and television. Television came along, and that was a big deal back in the 1950s and 60s. And so he got a television, and they had a television station. You know, a couple television stations where he could get channels, and you know, it was a wonderful deal. Then he moves to Wichita, Kansas, where the television sat in the closet for several years before they had a television station that served the Wichita area. And it's just, I just think that's so funny. And we think of, you know, turning on our TVs and having streaming services where you can choose from a million different choices, it seems. And he had 2 channels that he could watch in New York, and then moved to Wichita and had none to watch TV on. So, and of course, yes, they were black and white. But my grandfather was, you know, fairly wealthy because of his occupation, and didn't have a hard time buying a television. He just had a hard time hooking it up to a station. So that was funny. Oh.
I can't imagine there were very many people in the area who could afford that kind of luxury at the time.
Well, maybe so.
I mean, it was the Midwest, mostly farming territory.
Yes, absolutely. Mostly farming. Mostly farming. Where he worked for Koch Engineering, so he was not in the farming business at all. He worked for Koch Engineering, which of course was a major influence in the oil development areas. So he was a vice president of marketing there. He has a fascinating history, to say the least.
Mm-hmm.
First time chat from
Can you pronounce the name?
M4
Okay.
says, "Hi Doc, do
Hi.
you use any mods?"
This game does use mods, yes. I can show you what they are.
Not that he actually makes use of half the mods that he has.
Correct. I got lazy when I started this world and didn't turn off any of the mods. So you're right, I don't use all of them, but I have a lot of them installed. So I can tell you more which ones I use, and that would probably be more beneficial. So, so looking at the mods list here, I definitely use infinite elevators and infinite nudge and infinite zoop, okay? And which one lets me extend the conveyors?
Flexible splines.
Okay. Flex splines allows me to extend the conveyors longer than what is allowed in the game. So a lot of it is, and Sky UI. We use Sky UI as a controller to control how long the night times are. And so the night times, like for... Now, how did that come up? Oh, that's the content library. Okay, now I understand. Okay. Anyway, Sky UI here, it lets me control dark and light. So really, Sky UI and the 3 infinites here and flex splines, the ones that I use the most. Flex splines also lets me pull the pipes longer than what you are normally allowed as well. It smooths things out a lot. So I'm going to go ahead and save the game here and resume game. And I've got my conveyor there. I forgot how good it was. Almost forgot how good it was to use the hover pack. It's pretty cool. It's easy to forget when you start a new game and you have to do it without it for a while.
Yeah.
So I'm going to bring plastic in here.
Sir
And bring
Swank. Sorry, Sir Swank says, my dad was the first in the family to buy a color TV. First person in Fargo to buy a color TV.
Oh, yeah?
The radio did a story on a few people standing outside waiting for it. My dad's first wife said those people are idiots, and my father said, yes, I am.
But I want one. Oh.
Yeah. Well, if those people are idiots, then we're doubly idiots.
Yeah, how many computers do we have just in this room? And then how many do we have that...
So there are the 3 that we're actively using, the stream PC, and how many do we have half disassembled? Another 2 or 3?
Yeah. It's a regular computer shop here. So when Spencer came and had the rest of the story about this old computer, when he came, we had a Gen 7 CPU computer and a 2060 video card. So we upgraded him from his under 1000 level NVIDIA card to a 2000, and we upgraded his motherboard so to actually handle things. We upgraded his memory, and we upgraded his video card. Now he's happy as a clam with a 2060 and a 7th generation CPU. He could be happier. He says, this is great, but it would be nice if it was better, but he'll get there. He'll get there.
Yep. Financial troubles don't last forever.
Yeah, that is true. All right, that's where my plastic is going to come from. And so when I have excess water, I'm going to just have a packager and send the excess water from the next process that I'm going to put in here, and have it go straight to a sink. I'm just not going to deal with that nonsense. And I call it nonsense because it literally is a difficult thing to deal with. So I need 2 refineries to make the aluminum scrap from the alumina solution that I get. And I might need 2 packagers because this gives okay, this part doesn't have a byproduct. Okay, good. Alumina solution is the only thing that I'm concerned about, and the silica. And so we'll probably put this silica in a sink also, because the one thing that's notable about the outputs is when you start melding in the outputs, if there's any kind of pushback, it just shuts down the machines. So I like putting the output straight into a sink. That's kind of a hard-earned lesson. So, all right. So I'm going to bring it over here, and I'm going to put a sink. I'm going to put a sink right here. And put a lift here, and a lift here, and a lift here.
Lexi says, so Garrett, I fixed your wiring issue for the short. Hope you enjoy it. Don't know what you're talking about. But
Yeah.
Well, that's called, I didn't know I had a wiring issue.
yeah.
What did you
Writing.
fix?
Writing.
A
No,
writing issue?
no, she said wiring issue.
She just said writing. Grr.
Oh, spell check.
For the short. I still don't know what you're talking about.
In other words, she probably gave you the script for the short.
Oh, and the quote up there. Howdy guys, do you know that when you unlock the Resource Sync bonus program in Tier 2 of the Hub, your world will explode in a world of color with the unlocked new Customizer tab. In this tab, you will find the building menu at the top. You have blah blah. Okay, yeah.
If you have the nerve, Mark says he wants me to swap colors. I'm enjoying this nice pale gray.
You know what?
Yeah.
I think we're gonna stick with this for now.
Yeah. We'll let you come back on Monday and pay for a new color swatch if you'd like. On Tuesday, pardon me. Okay, that's those outputs. And we've got the output of the Lumina solution coming out here. So let's put this pipeline here. Make it nice and straight. I like the straight pipes option that came up later in the game. You didn't hardly have any control of pipes and the way they laid out in the early game. Okay, what am I missing? My copper sheet is missing? Oh, really? I probably don't even have a sinking copper sheet. That's probably why I ran out. I've got a grand total of 2 copper sheets in there. Well,
And
time to go put a dimensional depot on it. Go ahead.
And Andrus Vosar says, I'm looking to build my first oil refinery with everything like from oil to power and plastic and rubber. Is it hard?
First oil refinery, you said?
Yep.
Oh, that's not hard. No. The oil refinery really isn't hard.
And is that from somebody who has a ton of experience, or?
This is a very unusual line.
It's a very unfinished line.
Well, it definitely wasn't unfinished when it was first made.
Trying to figure out where it was supposed to go to.
Exactly, because that's the only line that's the copper sheet comes up here, goes out there, and goes there too. Interesting. That is incredibly interesting. I don't know what to say about that. I do need to take it someplace where where I can put a sink on it. So.
And Mr. Minitote says, the oil refinery is slightly tricky. You'll get a lot of heavy oil residue. Unless you manage to feed that into other refineries, your plastic and rubber production will get stuck.
Yep.
Good call. Sir Swank says, what I want is a gradient color choice.
A gradient color choice? Yeah, they don't have gradient colors, do they?
No, they don't.
That could be nice.
If they I can just imagine the chaos that Mark would force upon us
If you really think so?
if we had gradient colors. Oh yeah, I know that Mark would have the most fun with that.
Yeah.
And Sir Swank says there are some tricks to oil. One is to turn that heavy oil into products and then sink that. And then you can also turn to petroleum coke and power some coal generators.
Yeah. Yeah, you can, but do you really want to do that? I don't know. I've just never found it very valuable to do that piece. Okay. I've made use of the that deadline going up there. Maybe we'll find out someday where that was supposed to go. But the other one goes up to our computer factory that needed copper. So.
And Sir Schwank says, I would highly recommend getting the alternative recipes for petroleum.
Yes, definitely. On one of my saves before we started this one, I used the recipe that just made fuel and it just made fuel and gosh, what's that blue crumbly stuff again?
Plastic?
No, the blue crumbly stuff that you make into plastic.
Heavy oil residue?
No, blue crumbly solid resin.
resin.
Thank you. Yeah, the polymer resin. I used one recipe for that so I could increase my plastic production by turning it into that.
That all elevators you build are connected? That's right. It's all me.
Ash, I did not get all the way through this, and it's 12:41 already.
Mm-hmm.
I am sad.
Mark says, what are you trying to say, Mr. Pinky Preacher Man? I don't know what I was trying to say anymore. My brain has already moved on.
Your brain has moved on. Okay.
Yep. And the monkey with drip says, "What's up?"
He made it. He made it.
Right at the end.
Yep. Better late than never, right?
Huh? Yeah, I suppose. And Sir Swank explains his decision to go with petroleum coke.
Uh-huh.
He said, temporarily I had to make a self-sufficient petroleum factory while my power was limited. I didn't have fuel generators yet.
Okay.
So he needed the petroleum, but he didn't have fuel generators to send the extra petroleum to.
Okay.
So he turned it into petroleum coke.
Ah, gotcha.
Yeah.
Alrighty, aluminum scrap coming out of here. And we do the same routine with the lift. Put a lift on here. Oh, come on. You press the wrong button and then you're lost forever. And somehow I ended up changing it to a pump. Uh-oh. Something funny?
Yeah, the monkey with drip. He says, I was eepies. I was really tired today from being such a gangsta at school.
Interesting.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. I want a pipe to come out of here and go out this direction and right there. And a pipeline junction right there.
The monkey with drip has a theme and he's sticking with it.
Oh, he does, huh?
Now, I really want to see how much he behaves like that in real life. I really want to know.
You really want to know, huh? Okay. I need a constructor. I need a constructor. And that constructor needs to be outputting that direction. Yeah, let's kind of give it space here.
How many gangsters have used the term EPs before?
Use the term what?
EPs.
EPs, huh?
Baby talk for sleepy.
That is
Probably
really popular
not.
amongst Gen Z for some reason. Or that might actually be a Gen Alpha thing. Yeah, I don't think any actual gangsta has ever used that word. Sir Swank says, my daughter is saying EPs a lot lately, and she is alpha.
Oof.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. This is the way of the world, that when you become an adult, the kind of language that kids use is ridiculous and silly.
But apparently it's also not a good reason to just reset civilization. So I don't know what's going on there.
Not a good reason to reset civilization. Oh, gosh. This conversation has gotten so strange. Oh. All right, and I need a packager. And a packager right here would work really fine.
Sir Swank says, nah, bruh, some things make sense, so we can yeet that knowledge to oblivion and get our drip back for some other cool things.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. And Thelmai says, hello, chat and doc. First time chat.
Hello. Good to have you, especially first timers.
Sir Swank says, oh, it was so cringe to write that. Yep. Kids are cringe.
Yeah. That's part of the growing experience.
And somehow they find cringe things gut-bustingly hilarious.
Yeah.
We just need to culture them properly.
Right.
Is that possible?
It is, eventually.
Eventually possible? Okay.
It takes time, but yeah. You just have to take away their phones and force them to sit through old movies.
Okay.
And I'm just waiting for people to tell me how horrible an idea that is.
Probably because it is.
I don't see the problem with it.
Have them sit down and watch old movies?
Yeah.
Oof. That'd be like trying to tell Bennett no.
Okay. Bennett is special.
He's very special. Yes.
In the short bus special type of way.
Garrett, you didn't have to.
What? I had to clarify
You
things.
didn't need to.
Megan Meaty says, I don't have kids, but I have cousins who I babysit periodically. Good luck with that, Garrett. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
White Talon says, ask Doc if he finds it ironic that you use the word cringe to describe the next generation. Interesting crafted words.
Uh-huh. It is interesting because I think I use the same description on my kids as they grew up.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Kids are cringe, no matter what generation it is.
I think, yeah, parents loving their kids is just invention that keeps humanity from going extinct.
It would definitely be a contributor to not going extinct, that's for sure. But there are people who watch others and say, if that's what kids are about, I think I'll pass.
Yeah. Yeah.
They don't realize all the joyful things that happen along the way. Okay, so there's my refineries all set up. There's my disposal of the extra water. There's my disposal of the extra silica. And the next thing I need to do is to power these up so they get started and get primed. So I'm going to do that next. And oddly enough, the neat thing about it is that these little things right here are power hookups.
Tophorelius says, it's fun to hear gosh more often. I grew up in Utah and that's all I heard. Thanks for the
Gosh.
nostalgia rush.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, my wife's parents grew up in Utah. But then on my wife's mother's side, they grew up in Utah. Wife's father came from Oklahoma, and then when he got an electrician job, he moved them to California. So she grows up in California most of her life after being born in Texas. So from Utah to Oklahoma to Texas, then to California. So then I married her and took her away from California, took her to Washington. And then we left Washington in 2005 to come to Missouri. And you could say, and that's the rest of the story.
Well, except for the brief sojourn in Arkansas that we don't like to talk about.
Yeah. And the only reason we don't like to talk about it is because we didn't own our house. We were just there marking time until we found a place.
And we probably went back to Missouri, which, despite the comparison to Missouri, is still better than Arkansas.
Yep.
Sir Spank says, gosh golly, oh my goodness, ain't you such a sweetheart? I heard that sentence from a Southern gal once.
Yeah, it is kind of. It was kind of strange when we went through a Burger King drive-through because we were just getting a quick meal that night, and I'm called Sweetie over the intercom when she's taking my order. I go, okay.
Yeah. I mean, they don't call it Southern hospitality for nothing.
Yeah. Okay, so all of those are running now.
For all of the so-called social problems that have happened in the South, people in the South tend to be a very friendly people.
Yep. You're always welcome in a Southern home.
Lexi says, woman calls you sweetheart, and the next thing you know, your wife says, be right back, kills the woman, and puts her in the trunk. Formy says, they even insult you kindly. Bless his heart. Yeah, they do that, don't they?
That they do. You have to think about this now. Is he serious? I mean, does he really have a cattle prod and he'd do that to me? And the answer is probably yes. And yet better. take care of that. Oh, I'm not, I didn't tell it what to make over here. Oh no. I'm gonna package water here. And we don't have any water coming in there yet, but that's okay. This machine isn't getting any coal. This machine needs coal plus aluminum solution. So let's get this coal line over here and get it where it needs to go. And that's where these inputs come from. I hadn't finished that. I'm getting so close. I might have to run over just a little bit, Robert, to finish this.
If you want.
Brandon Farrell said, didn't like Washington?
No. I liked it when in the early days. Why is the splitter not twisting and turning? Would you like to tell me why, Robert? I can't get it to turn.
Yeah, because that conveyor lift is an output.
It is.
And so since it's an output, it will only allow you to
Go into it.
yeah. Yeah.
So I need, doggone it, what am I thinking? This is the output side, so it needs mergers.
Yeah. Washington has a lot going for it, but unfortunately over the years it's gotten to be a pretty difficult place to live.
Anyway, and that's really all that needs to be said about it.
Yeah. Anymore and we'd be getting into politics and we don't want to do that.
Exactly. All right, that's the aluminum scrap, and I need an input here for the coal.
Did you guys talk about Northwest Arkansas from TL Hiken?
No, I don't think so.
You just said, I'm of the opinion that there's no better place in the world than Northwest Arkansas.
Well, Northwest Arkansas, you're talking about Bentonville.
Which
And
is, what, an hour south? Hour and a
An
half?
hour south of
Actually,
Arkansas.
we're a lot closer to Bentonville than we were when we lived in Arkansas.
Yeah, we were in the middle of Arkansas down by Little Rock. And Bentonville is quite the place. It really is. So, if you're thinking Bentonville as the example of Arkansas, it definitely is not an example of the whole of Arkansas. Bentonville is quite the economically thriving area where the rest of Arkansas is not. I guess is the best way to put it, wouldn't you think?
Yeah.
Yep.
Arkansas has its struggles. It feels like it's getting better, but
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
they have a good governor now, so that helps.
Better. Yeah. One thing, so there's a lot of negatives to be said about Missouri, but one thing that they did about 50 years ago is set up a very comprehensive plan for for the roads and stuff, which means that the roads in Missouri are excellent. There are highways where they need to be. The roads are well maintained. It's a dream to drive in Missouri.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, I was just stunned when I moved to Fallon because I wasn't we just looked for houses. We didn't really get on the freeway system. And then all of a sudden I realized you hop on the freeway, and when you hop on the freeway, you've got 5 lanes going one direction. I mean, going through downtown Seattle, they squeezed down to 2 lanes. And they thought that was a good idea. And not only did they squeeze down to 2 lanes, they decided to build a convention center over the top of it. So there's no physical way to expand those 2 lanes. Oh, pardon me, there's an express lane that always is packed when you get, when you get to rush hour anyway. So it's almost a non-subject because it's always packed anyway. So
Mark says there's a gap in the middle for the conveyor. I think you
a very
missed the
small
conveyor.
gap. Yep, I could squeeze the conveyor right through there.
Ah, okay.
And so I just need to figure out, now that I've got the primary section made with the aluminum scrap, I just need to look at my model there. It takes the refinery into a foundry and the silica, and the foundry and the silica makes aluminum. And I need 4 foundries. And the silica is over there. So let's see if I can go ahead and put the foundries right here.
So first time chat from Robert Mason, speaking in Dutch, but
So we can't understand it?
it says something like "Hello, good evening, and have fun."
Okay.
And ask that we speak in English in the chat. Got nothing against other languages. We just can't speak any.
Yep. We're not like the Europeans that grow up speaking multiple languages. We speak English here. We try to learn other languages, and then we promptly forget once we leave high school.
And by learn other languages, we mean
Our language education is very poor because we don't.
Plato usar el baño level of learning other languages.
Yeah, we just don't need those.
Yeah.
In other words, we forget it because we don't use it.
Yep.
And Lexi says every American person should learn Spanish. Why?
Because we live right next door to a large Spanish-speaking population south of us.
And
So?
from my experience, nearly all of them speak English. So
Yeah, that is true too. So we can get away with not speaking English, not speaking Spanish because they speak English a lot of times.
Yeah. If we're talking about other languages to speak, there's a lot to be said for. There is something to be said for Spanish, but honestly, Chinese and Russian.
Chinese, why Russian?
And by Chinese I mean specifically Mandarin, because those are the 2 other biggest powers in the world.
Okay, I mean Chinese makes sense because of the number of people, but and
I mean-
whatever they speak in India, I don't know what the language is called. Maybe, but
Yeah, maybe Indian, but
yeah, it's not lazy, Lexi. It's just unnecessary. I mean, you guys. I mean, in Europe, you're accustomed to meeting people who speak a bunch of different languages all the time. We don't. As many of Hispanics as there are here in the United States, they're extremely concentrated. If you live in Southern California your whole life and you don't pick up a little bit, okay, you know what? You might be a little bit lazy. But Hindi, okay. But like here we're in Southwest Missouri, you don't find anybody ever, hardly. Right, so.
That's a little frustrating.
But I did spend 2 years in in Southern California, so I, at least at one point, could speak pretty well. Could, full conversational Spanish. So.
All right.
Sir Swank says, I want to learn German so I can read genealogy documents from Germany.
There you go.
That's
Yeah.
cool.
that's a that's a very good reason to want to learn.
Yeah.
I'm also very, very positive on learning ancestral languages.
Yes.
Languages encode culture, and so if you forget a language, you forget culture, and so 100% you should.
Yeah. And especially English people of the average American. There's a good reason for the average American to learn French and German, both by with that idea in mind.
Yeah. And TXC says, yeah, a lot of people in Texas speak Spanish because we border with Mexico, so it's almost a requirement to do it. Yeah. U.S. is just a big place. Depends where you live.
Yep.
I mean, Texas is larger than the vast majority of European nations, land-wise.
Yeah.
And their population ain't that far behind either.
Yep.
And Lexi says, I had learned Dutch, English, French, German, Spanish, and Italian. I gave up on the last two, though. So Dutch, English, French, and German. Cool.
That is cool.
My diction fell apart when I learned Spanish. Yeah.
Your diction.
Yep, my diction. Afterwards, and Doc would say it all the time, I'm still not great. I still constantly skip over words in my language and whatever. But after coming back from California, Doc used to constantly say, what are you saying? What, you're mumbling. Yeah. Excuse me.
I would say that you were mumbling
Yeah, I used to say that all the time.
because you were stringing your words together. A lot like Ella does, maybe?
Yes, yeah. You could definitely say a lot like Ella does.
Ella's another one of my granddaughters. And she'll say a sentence to you and you'll go, huh?
She tries to say the entire sentence in half the time it takes to say the sentence. Except she doesn't speak quickly, she just speaks all the words all at once.
Yeah.
Sir Swank says, isn't German and Dutch similar? And, okay, yeah. And
Yeah,
Lexi
Lexi
says
just
German
said that, yeah.
is very similar to Dutch.
Okay. Interesting.
And Bacon says, Robert's up mumbling.
Yeah. But it's Spanish, at least Mexican Spanish, does mumble their words. They do mumble their words.
Yeah. It's
Well-
just they sling them together. So effortlessly almost.
It's very, I mean, English does a lot as well. The difference is we are so used to knowing what letters and sounds to ignore that when we look at another language, it's like, but why are all these extra language? What are all these letters for if you don't ever pronounce them? It's like, well, we do that too. We just don't recognize how much we don't pronounce. So,
Yeah, that's probably true if we thought about it long enough.
Nick's Good says, love from Germany. I really enjoy your videos. Learned a lot about Satisfactory.
Good. Thank you. I always put them the wrong direction.
Bacon says, the volume of accents on a language too. I go to some places in the UK like Liverpool. I need subtitles.
Now, the range of accents in places like the UK is absolutely insane. I think the tiny little island that the UK is on has 2 to 3 times the range of accents than the entire United States.
Yeah.
Yeah, I grew up, you know, I grew up in this Puget Sound area, and literally when you want a broadcaster, news broadcaster or whatever, yeah, you want somebody that literally has the least amount of accent as possible. And the Puget Sound was where a lot of those people came from. And so it was really, I go from no accent at all, and then I go 2 years down in the deep South, Florida, Alabama, and Georgia. And literally, when I first went there, I said, "Can you spell that?" After a while, I just got to where I just didn't care if they were insulted. I just wanted to understand what in the world they were saying.
Before me says it better than I did. He says, that was one thing a friend said was very difficult about learning Portuguese. We say, gonna head to the store, and those in Brazil will do the same. That I am going to, being said as gonna go, really trips people up.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Gonna go to the store.
Which is hard because when we want to learn Spanish here in the United States, we learn it from a textbook. We learn the perfect way to say things. We say it exactly as it's written, with a horrible accent.
Yep, with a horrible accent included.
And nobody speaks that way.
Okay. I've got a full system going here. I just need to put some ingots in storage, and then I can start fleshing out, making the bucket things. What do they call those?
Bucket things?
Yeah.
Aluminum casing?
Casing, thank you. So got aluminum casing and alclad aluminum sheet. Sorry.
No, it's all good.
Yeah, you can laugh at me if you want. That's fine.
Buckets. I'm sorry. I've had Minecraft in the mind for the last couple of days. Buckets.
Yeah.
That's wrong game, Doug.
Wrong game.
Mega Meaty says you get combination accents too, like taxi drivers in Birmingham get really thick Indian accent combined with Brummie.
Oh.
I'm sure that's particularly unintelligible.
Yeah, Sir Spank is correct. Textbook Spanish, they teach Spain Spanish, not Mexican Spanish, which is so annoying.
Oh, now I need to get copper up here. Copper ingots up here. And I think that will go for another day, because I think it's 12 after 1.
Yep.
So I think we're done for the day. I've got...
Yeah, we've already gone long.
Yes, I've got aluminum ingots being built here, and I'm just going to lay down a couple containers here and start getting those stored so that I can keep the line moving for a bit, so I can troubleshoot it and bulletproof it, that kind of thing.
TXC says, I was watching a stand-up special by Gabriel Iglesias, also known as Fluffy.
Fluffy?
Yeah.
He's very big.
And he says the same thing about the Spanish language.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alrighty, and of course Mark says, thank you for today's stream. Been collectively mind blown as usual. Fun and laughter all the way. A very informative stream. Infamous AI and Mr. Pinky Preacher Man. Be good, be safe, and be kind. There we go. Now, I'd like to mention Pink Players here. They did sponsor us, and they are sponsoring us. Hopefully, all this year. They liked what we did last time, and if you go ahead and sign in with Doc35, you can get a discount of 35%, which is significant. Makes that first subscription a really good one. So we'll look forward to seeing you again next Tuesday, unless you come to the member stream tomorrow. That's done in Discord, so you have to go to the Discord. And in going to the Discord, you'll be able to just see what we're recording for the next few videos tomorrow.
I'll bring 'em over.
So hope to see a few of you there, and until then, until next Tuesday, we'll see the bulk of you then. Bye-bye.